Chapter 165, Bittersweet Revenge. Stella's eyes widened as a wave of ash so dense it could be confused for a landslide surged down into the arena with such force it made the ground shake. Luckily Stella had been expecting the incoming ash, so she had time to react and set an anchor point to quickly open a portal. As space tore open to reveal a path to safety, Stella winced as she saw the imminent surge of ash crash on top of Cassandra. Within a second, half of the arena was consumed by the ash, and before it could smash into her, Stella stepped through the conjured portal and felt the temperature drop as she exited into a dark tunnel. A burst of ash impacted her back as the portal collapsed behind her, not from her free will but because the dense ash cloud severed her connection as it devoured the spatial chi. Phew, I made it out with a second to spare. Stella let out a sigh. If she hadn't been forewarned about this part of the plan, she wasn't totally sure if she would have been able to escape in time. And without my spiritual sight, I wouldn't have had a way to enter the spatial plane and set up an anchor to teleport out, so I would have been forced to try and find my way out of the ash storm. Screams of mortals echoed from one side of the tunnel as they scrambled to escape the ash rapidly rising after blanketing the entire arena. Stella knew they would be fine, as Larry had no plans to kill them. Brushing herself off, Stella could see the ash storm rising and swirling around the demonic tree through the tunnel exit. Rosalind. Stella turned to the voice and saw a beaming Elder Margaret emerge from the tunnel's darkness. I'm so proud of you. Why? Stella tilted her head. Elder Margaret laughed, for creating a profound tear pill, obviously. I have never heard of someone learning alchemy as fast as you, and you came second. Oh, thanks. Stella replied with a feeling of awkwardness. She rarely received praise and wasn't sure how to respond correctly. Stella then noticed the other Ashfallen sect members and the Redclaw family standing behind Elder Margaret. Stella wasn't surprised to see them hiding here as they had all been part of the plan. Under the shroud of the fog and ash, they would retreat here. Diana and Elaine walked over and removed their masks. I'm surprised you're here, Stella said while looking Elaine up and down. Won't your family notice you're missing? Elaine gave a weary smile. They likely already have, but if I stay behind at the mansion, I will be forced back to Slimer with my brother, and I want to remain here with you guys. We did suggest she allow herself to be taken away to gather intel for us after this is all over, Diana chimed in. But she said that getting information to us would be near impossible due to the void arrays that coat their mansion in Slimer. Elaine bobbed her head in agreement. Yeah, and I really don't want to see my father ever again. Stella hummed and looked between them. I see, so what are your plans now? My job here is done, Diana shrugged, so I guess I will wait here for a portal back to Red Vine Peak, and I assume Elaine and some of the others will join me. I will be remaining here with Sebastian and Riker, the Grand Elder said with his hands behind his back, to help start the Civil War. Stella nodded. Okay, glad to see the plan hasn't changed. What about you? Elaine asked, are you coming back with us? No, I still have some unfinished business. Stella waved her off. I just have to wait for the signal from the Patriarch. Stella felt the breath knocked out of her as there was a sudden presence. Her head snapped to look toward the source, and at the end of the tunnel, she saw the demonic tree that had previously felt like any other. Tree now had that distinctive presence of Ashlock. He's here, Stella smiled. The Patriarch has arrived. Everyone except the Grand Elder had stumbled back several steps and were in various stages of recovering from the sudden burst of power as if some divine being had abruptly descended. Stella calmly watched the swirling ash beyond the tunnel, patiently awaiting Ashlock to tell her when it was time for her to kill Cassandra and end this hatred burning in her heart. There was a burst of void chi from the demonic tree, and then shortly after, a portal manifested in the tunnel. Everyone turned to look at it. Stella saw the dim cavern below Red Vine Peak through the wobbling lilac-tinted portal. See you later, Diana waved to Stella and stepped through alongside the other elders and Elaine, who also bid her farewell with words and waves. The portal snapped closed, and silence briefly returned. Stella took this moment to eat a lightning chi barrier fruit in preparation for her upcoming part of the plan. Theron is dead, Ashlock announced in her mind while she was finishing off the fruit. She paused mid-bite and shuddered a little. The way Ashlock announced the death of someone that seemed so arrogant and powerful in her mind as if he were talking about the weather, showed how little of a challenge killing someone like Theron Skyrend was to him. I remember him as a weak little sapling that needed my protection. Since when did tree grow so powerful? Stella summoned the black wood dagger crafted from the sticks Ashlock had gifted her all those years ago. She felt its weight and rubbed her finger along the wood grain. This dagger had been used to save her life from the conspiring servants, and now she planned to use them to execute a noble cultivator. Gripping it tightly, Stella asked Ashlock, "And what of Cassandra? Is she still alive?" "Incapacitated within the ash cloud as planned," Ashlock replied. "She's all yours. Just be careful. Dante Voidmind has a Star Core Elder combing the ash cloud to find you, and there are others." "Star Core Elders?" Stella murmured in slight awe. "If not for you, a force like that would be enough to force many noble families to surrender their land." "Indeed," Ashlock mused. "However, with Larry's ash, a high-costing chi affinity like Void becomes a major disadvantage." Stella nodded. "That's true, but how will I fight Cassandra in the ash? Spatial is also a high-cost affinity, and I cannot locate her without spiritual sense. I will flood the area surrounding Cassandra Skyen with spatial chi and then open a portal for you," Ashlock continued. "I know you are much stronger than her, so feel free to toy with her, but please keep the body in one piece. I might make an ent out of her corpse." Stella could sense the slight anger and seriousness in Ashlock's tone. Clearly, she hadn't been the only one infuriated by Cassandra over the last few days, so Stella sighed. "Fine. I won't tear her limb from limb." The dark tunnel leading outside rippled as space was torn apart, and a portal manifested, and through it, all Stella could see was the ash cloud. Hesitantly stepping through, Stella's vision was a blur due to the swirling ash all around. Her star core flared up, and purple flames illuminated a mere centimeter around her, keeping the ash from invading her mouth and nose. Cassandra should be nearby. Stella glanced around but was completely blind. Without her soul flames fending off the ash, she would be suffocated to death. Closing her eyes, Stella found she could spread her spiritual sense and perceive an area of a few meters around her due to spatial chi being pumped into the storm from the tips of black roots poking out of the sand. "There you are," Stella muttered as she noticed lightning chi superheating the ash around it in an effort to fight back. Due to Cassandra's towering height, her burning silhouette in the ash made her look like a blazing demoness that had crawled straight out of hell. Licking her lips behind the cloth mask in anticipation of her screams, Stella lowered her body and dashed forward, cleaving her way through the ash and arriving right behind Cassandra. "Ooh!" Cassandra shouted through the roaring storm as she seemingly sensed Stella. She started to turn and look over her shoulder, but Stella didn't waste a second and ruthlessly slashed at her ankles with her aflame black wood dagger and easily cleaved through her skin. Stella frowned a little at how easy it had been to slice through Cassandra's defenses as blood splurted from her legs and was carried away by the violent winds and coated the swirling ash crimson. IHHH. Cassandra's chi-empowered howl overcame the roaring winds of the storm as she stumbled forward a few steps. Her lightning chi crackling across the surface of her skin flared up as if out of control and began lashing out. Unfazed by the lightning burning holes in her clothes, Stella strode through the ash while twirling her dagger and stopped before Cassandra. Despite the pain and confusion evident on Cassandra's twisted face, she still raised her fists up in the air and tried to pummel Stella with vengeful fury and a half-pained war cry. "Who dares?" The ash parted as Cassandra tried to destroy the person who attacked her, but Stella effortlessly raised her palm and caught Cassandra's fist. With the power of the lightning chi barrier fruit and her own Tao comprehension, Stella easily resisted Cassandra's attack. Perhaps if the woman was trained with the sword or was more capable at stealth, this would be a more challenging fight. But Cassandra was clearly far too arrogant to use man-made tools and would rather depend on the lightning from the heavens to smite down all who opposed her. But what was she without lightning? Just a somewhat strong soul fire cultivator, an ant in comparison to Stella. The two exchanged a glare and Cassandra's glowing eyes widened at the realization of who she faced. "Rosalind? So you finally show yourself?" Blue lightning crackled down her arm, but Stella just tilted her head, entirely unbothered as the lightning blasted into her hand and cinched the sleeves of her clothes. Realizing her attacks were having no effect and gritting her teeth through the pain, Cassandra tried to pull her arm back, but Stella easily held it in place. "You were so arrogant before," Stella sneered. "Some bad weather dampened your spark." "You bitch," Cassandra hissed as she stumbled and fell to one knee due to her severed ankles finally giving out. "How dare you sneak attack me?" Cassandra spat to the side and shouted over the storm. "Do you have no honor?" Stella tightened her grip on Cassandra's fist and twisted it, snapping her bone with a satisfying crunch. A chilling scream left Cassandra as she reeled back her obliterated arm. Stella shivered in pure ecstasy. She had been hungering for this moment for days, a time when she didn't have to tiptoe or bow before this woman due to external factors like politics. Here in this prison of ash, away from prying eyes and assistance, only the strength of the individual mattered. You speak of honor and demand it from others. Stella reached forward, grabbed the side of Cassandra's head, and kneed her in the face, breaking her nose and making her collapse to the sand. Yet you cheated at every turn and hid behind your family name to bully the Redclaws who you refer to as lessers. Cassandra spat a mouthful of sand and blood as she propped herself up. Her spatial ring flashed, and a group of pills appeared in her non-broken hand. Go on. Stella stood there with her arms crossed as the ash swirled around her. Eat all the pills you want. You will die here all the same. Foolish girl, Cassandra had a blood-filled grin. You dare act arrogant before me? Blood splurted out her mouth as Stella withdrew the dagger she had just thrust through a quickly conjured portal. You said you would let me eat. Cassandra gasped out. Stella shrugged. I lied. Cassandra trembled as she reached up with her only functioning arm and tried to block up the hole in her neck that was oozing blood. A strange wheeze left her mouth as she tried to force the blood-covered pills down her throat but violently coughed them up, and they were whisked away by the fierce winds. As Cassandra saw her pills vanish, Stella saw the arrogance fade and pure despair overtake Cassandra. Her glowing eyes dimmed as she kept wheezing and trying to breathe through her blood-filled neck with little success. Stella slowly walked over, kicking up sand as she stepped closer, one step at a time. Cassandra tried to shuffle away with fear as she stared death in the eyes. Stella reached down and grabbed a fistful of Cassandra's hair and began dragging her by it. You wanted me to be chained to your porch as a slave to your brother, Stella said coldly over Cassandra's spluttering screams. So how does it feel being dragged around like a chained dog? Humiliating, perhaps. With some force, Stella hurled Cassandra back down to the ground and then crouched down and held Cassandra's face a few inches from her own. Only her purple flames illuminated both of their faces as Cassandra's lightning had died down. As Stella stared the dying woman in the eyes, the pure hatred she had cultivated in her heart mellowed out, and all that consumed her mind was how pathetic this person was. You know what I hate, Cassandra? Stella said, wasted potential. You were born with money, status, education, resources, and a loving home. And what do you do with this high station in life? You prance around flaunting your family name and pathetic strength while spitting on those you deem lesser. Stella tightened her grip, making Cassandra groan in pain. And all for what? We could have been friends and pursued immortality by uplifting one another. But you would rather boost your ego to the point you were so blind and offended the wrong person. Now look at you. Beaten and broken, alone in the sand. Cassandra wheezed and clawed at her neck as if trying to free her windpipe from the blood, and Stella felt her words of ridicule die in her throat. Why had her anger faded? Why did this feel so immoral? Cassandra had done so much wrong to her and the Redclaws, yet as she had the half-dead Cassandra in her hands, the idea of killing her didn't sit right. Have I become like her? Stella released her grip, allowing Cassandra to collapse to the sand, and stepped back. The image of the arrogant woman that she had dreamed about brutally murdering in her mind was broken when she stared at the pathetic sight. What if Cassandra was just misguided and would be willing to repent? Would I even be willing to spare her? Stella felt the chaotic ashen storm matching her jumbled thoughts. She had never had second thoughts about murder before. In fact, she had been the one to suggest killing Elaine. She had always seen murder as the most efficient solution to dealing with her problems, but now she wasn't so sure. The dagger in her hand felt heavy as the tip pointed to the floor. If she killed Cassandra right here, wouldn't she be just as bad as her? Cassandra used her political weight behind her to spit on the lessers. Meanwhile, Stella had abused her superior cultivation to beat Cassandra half to death. Who was really in the right here? Stella looked down at Cassandra. Do you wish to be spared? Cassandra's eyes briefly widened but then dulled. With a grunt, the dying woman pushed herself onto one knee and spat a large glob of blood onto the sand. May I know your true name? Stella paused for a moment to consider, but she was curious how Cassandra would react to knowing she had a noble family name, so she honored the woman's request. Reaching up, she removed her mask. My true name is Stella Crestfallen. Due to her height, the two were at eye level. Cassandra grinned with blood-stained teeth and crazed eyes and said slowly, Stella Crestfallen. To spare me would be an insult. I desire no pity from someone destined to be nothing but a lowly pill furnace. Stella closed her eyes and plunged the blackwood dagger straight into Cassandra's heart, causing her to groan and fall into her embrace. Stella supported the dying woman's weight and whispered into her ear as she drew her final breath, I spit on destiny, just like you do on those you deem lesser. Stella then twisted the dagger and ruthlessly pulled it out, ending Cassandra Skyren's life. Stepping to the side, the colossal body unceremoniously crumpled to the ground. A mixture of emotions and thoughts spiraled in Stella's mind as she saw the lifeless corpse bleeding out on the sand. It was over. Yet why was it so bittersweet? Why did she feel like, in a twisted way, Cassandra had won? She was prideful to the bitter end. Not even death could break her arrogance. A portal opened nearby and Stella watched as a black vine coated in spikes coiled around the corpse and then dragged it away. Satisfied with your revenge? Ashlock asked within her mind. Unfortunately, Stella wasn't sure what to say as she saw the foot of Cassandra's corpse vanish through the portal. Maybe not every problem can be solved with murder, Stella eventually answered, smiling behind her mask, but this one certainly was. Stella then raised her mask slightly and spat on the blood-soaked sand where Cassandra had died, and that's for the Red Claws. Chapter 166, Void Caller. Ashlock was glad to see Stella deeply contemplating her actions. She had a bad habit of acting first and thinking later, which wasn't the type of mentality someone trying to run a sect should have. It had worked out so far, but there would come a day when Stella murdered someone over a misunderstanding and deeply regretted it. Elaine was already an excellent living example of this, as she had become an accepted member of the Ash-Fallen sect rather than a cold corpse due to Diana and others resisting Stella. I can't make a portal out of the ash, my spiritual sight only spread so far, and I can't even tell which way is up or down right now. Can you make me a way out? Stella said through their telepathic link. Ashlock realized he had been so focused on securing Cassandra's corpse that he had forgotten to make a portal for Stella to leave the swirling ash. Mobilizing his spatial chi by using his progeny as a proxy, Ashlock could materialize a stable portal within the dense ash. Stella seemed to have a lot on her mind as she absent-mindedly walked through the ash toward the portal leading her back to Red Vine Peak. She was about to enter when Ashlock noticed something emerge from the ash. Watch out! Ashlock shouted in Stella's mind. She was snapped awake from her stupor just in time to notice a spear of pure void chi cleaving through the ash and rapidly losing size as it deleted the ash from existence. Stella's eyes widened as she threw herself to the bloodied sand below and barely managed to avoid the deathly silent attack. It narrowly passed over her head, tore straight through the portal, and eventually fizzled out as it cleaved a few more meters through the ash. The portal naturally collapsed on itself with a hole carved through the middle, leaving Stella facing Elder Lilian Voidmind, who had been searching the Ashstorm for her. Lilian's eyes narrowed as they traced Stella's blackthorn tattoos. Without even saying a word like a Grim Reaper, Lilian coated herself in void chi that made her look like she was covered in liquid shadows and stepped forward. She vanished. Void step, Ashlock warned Stella, cover your flanks. Ashlock debated creating another portal to help Stella escape. But if the Void Mind Elder followed her before he could snap the portal closed, then Stella's chances of survival would drop drastically. She had the best fighting chance in the Ashstorm that was drenched in his spatial chi and near his progeny. Shit, where is she? Stella panicked through their link as her soul fire flared up, and she tightened her grip around the bloody dagger. I don't know, Ashlock cursed. Even with their environmental advantage, this was a void affinity star core cultivator with the sole goal of capturing Stella. I overheard Dante's conversation with Elder Lilian, and her orders are non-fatal capture, so she is unlikely to use lethal attacks. That doesn't fill me with much confidence, Stella snapped back as she desperately glanced around. Can't you do anything? One wrong move, and she could kill me. Not while she is hiding in the void, Ashlock replied. When the Elder showed herself, he could attack her with consuming abyss or his spatial chi. But for now, all they could do was wait. Larry, get over here, Ashlock called through their tether. We need your help. A few tense moments passed, with Stella flinching at every little movement within the ash. Her eyes darted as she kept moving, ensuring she never exposed her back in one direction for too long. Suddenly a pocket of ash right behind Stella vanished, and in its place was a void chi-coated woman. Stella didn't even have time to react before the elder tried to reach forward and grab the back of her neck. Ashlock's mind kicked into gear as he did three things simultaneously. Multiple badly formed chi-dense portals that led to nowhere formed between Stella and the elder. Each shattered as the elder punched through them, but each shaved off a layer of the void chi coating the elder's hand. By the time the elder managed to grip Stella's neck, Stella could flare her soul flame to make the elder reel back. The ground cracked open, and a black vine coated in thorns and ending in a spike shot out toward the void-mind elder alongside a surge of void tendrils. Ashlock also attempted to cast abyssal whispers on the elder, but the void chi surrounding her consciousness was impossible to penetrate. However, that didn't matter. His objective had been achieved. Stella stumbled forward while gasping for air because her neck was briefly grabbed and Lilian was left fighting against Ashlock's onslaught. Ag. Ashlock winced as the elder grabbed his aflame black vine with void-coated hands and ripped it apart, tossing the decapitated spike to the sand. Void chi is so overpowered, Ashlock cursed as he decided to fight fire with fire and sent in his own void chi attack, only to be left bewildered as the elder easily grabbed the tendrils sent out to kill her and began absorbing his void chi. In the corner of his eye, he saw his sacrificial credits begin to drain. Shit, how can she do that? Ashlock cancelled the skill to stop giving her more precious void chi to work with, but that left him with a problem. Within a few seconds, the elder had ruthlessly ignored or overpowered his attacks, leaving Stella defenseless. The elder surged forward like a haunted shadow. Stella didn't have time to conjure up a portal to escape, so she brought up her hands, and when the elder was but a hair width away, she unleashed a barrage of purple lightning she had absorbed from Cassandra. Superheated ash pushed forward by a bust of spatial flames, and lightning gave Stella a second of space to stumble backward. Ashlock didn't waste time and opened a portal above the dazed elder. Before she could react and void step away, Ashlock commanded Bob, the slime ant, to fall through the rift and land on top of the elder. Lilian seemed to sense the imminent threat a moment too late as she glanced up to see Bob's giant foot descend upon her. She punched it to the side with a void-coated fist, but rather than deleting or exploding the threat as she was likely expecting, the gray slime's leg was only smacked out of the way and began to take on a black hue. Remembering how Lilian had absorbed his void chi tendrils, Ashlock cast Consuming Abyss on Bob and watched his sacrificial credits rapidly drain as hundreds of tendrils emerged from the black lake and linked up to Bob, pumping him full of void chi. When Ashlock deemed enough void chi had been exchanged with Bob, he withdrew the void lake to prevent the elder from stealing any more void chi from him, as one of the best ways to deal with void cultivators was to force them to waste their precious chi reserves. Bob uttered a strange cry as the gray slime with a slight lilac hue rapidly transitioned into a titan of looming darkness. Lilian seemed baffled as she stepped back from the strange monster she had encountered in the ashen storm that still violently swirled around her. Bob, I'm about to create a portal to evacuate Stella, don't let that void lady anywhere near it, Ashlock commanded as his spatial chi rippled through the area and tore open a rift right beside Stella. His only concern was getting Stella the hell out of there. Bob honored the order by lowering his body and encircling the suddenly formed portal. Stella dashed through, and the second the tips of her aflame hair had gotten through, Ashlock closed the rift only to see it become corrupted with void chi and notice the elder was missing. Shit. Ashlock cursed. His fears of the elder following Stella through a portal came true despite his best efforts to hold her back for just a brief second. Stella stumbled out of the portal with fear she hadn't felt in a long time. She felt capable of facing most cultivators within the Star Core realm, but something about the void element and its indisputable lethality sent shivers down her spine. Gathering herself, she noticed the portal had led her to the tunnel entrance just behind the demonic tree that Ashlock was currently inhabiting. The ashen storm was just as prevalent here as it violently rustled the tree's leaves. Stella gave the tree a brief nod before turning her sights to inside the dark tunnel where she could see the Redclaw Grand Elder, Sebastian, and Riker staring at her. They all went wide-eyed simultaneously, and Stella heard Ashlock shout into her mind, "Behind you." Stella didn't even need to turn to feel the immense gravity of the Elder bearing down on her. Without thought, she threw herself to the ground and, shifting her body, glanced up at the void-mind Elder standing over her. "The young lord wishes to ask you some questions," Elder Lilian said calmly as she reached down, so I will need you to come with me. Stella watched Lilian grab at her with inhuman speed, but a blast of crimson flames pushed her back and ate away at the void chi rippling across her skin. Lilian conjured a javelin of void and hurled it at the Redclaw Grand Elder assisting Stella, forcing him to cancel his flamethrower attack and dodge to the side. Stop getting in my way. Lilian seemed genuinely frustrated as she reached down and grabbed Stella's arm. The void chi burned through the purple flames, protecting her, searing her skin. As the two met eyes, Stella held back her screams of pain and activated her earrings as a last-ditch effort. Her eyes became swirling abysses, but Lilian just sneered in response. Little girl, I stare into the abyss every day in hopes it will stare back. Lilian's eyes dimmed and Stella felt a terrifying chill spread throughout her body, distracting her from the burning pain. You think anything you can do or know would scare me? Stella was about to give up hope as the elder pulled on her arm to try and force her to stand when she saw the void-corrupted portal behind Lilian collapse and then reopen. Through the unstable rift, Stella could see many red eyes. Mistress! Larry roared in the ancient tongue as his giant body emerged from the portal and immense pressure bared down on everyone. The ash orbiting his crown of horns spun so fast it generated its own gale. Lilian collapsed to one knee under the pressure, and Stella found herself totally floored on her back and unable to lift her head. Since when had Larry been this strong? The surrounding ashen storm seemed to obey the will of its master as tons of dense ash smashed into Lilian, sending her tumbling to the side with a groan. Stella strained her neck and managed to catch the enormous back of Larry as he crawled through the storm toward Lilian, who was struggling to stand under the surge of ash and immense pressure. Stay back. Lilian shouted as she failed to stand on 2 feet. My master will know of my death. Spirit beast, you would do well not to anger him. I only fear one master, Larry said. Spirit beast, I don't understand, Lilian screamed as Larry opened his maw and dragged her inside with the furry pincers on either side of his mouth. There was a brief struggle as Lilian attempted to escape death, but the thick ash coating Larry easily absorbed the void chi. Stella's eyes widened. There was a sickening crunch, and the chilling scream abruptly stopped. A moment of silence passed as the storm calmed and the pressure subsided. Larry slowly rotated to face Stella and the Redclaw Grand Elder, dragging Lilian's limp feet across the stone steps of the Colosseum as he moved. Stella gulped as she saw the void-mind elder that had terrorized her with a giant fang impaling her skull. Dead. Dante Void-mind frowned at the void crystal in his hand. Cracks had suddenly formed on its surface, and he could feel its power dimming. I can't imagine an artifact my father gave me would be so cheap to break on me like this. Elder Lucian, do you know what's wrong with the void caller? Dante asked the man standing on the floating sword beside him. The two of them were observing the chaotic ash storm from overhead and keeping an eye out to make sure nobody important escaped the vicinity. Elder Lucian had been using his superior cultivation to blanket half the city in his spiritual sense in search of anything interesting. Reeling it back in, he turned to look at Dante and then at the crystal. He blinked in disbelief. Young lord, what is the status of the other elders? How would I know? They are within that darn ashen storm that blocks out everything. Elder Lucian shook his head. Dante, do you know how the void caller works? Dante frowned. Father explained it briefly. All I had to do was insert some void chi to call forth any who would answer the call. As you well know, void chi allows us to cross great distances in a mere moment by traversing the void that lies beyond the physical realm, Elder Lucian explained. The void caller allows you to call upon us from anywhere over any distance, but it has a catch. Which is? Dante began to grow irritated. It was clear these cracks were a bad sign. We have to return to our point of call. Elder Lucian raised his hand and brought attention to a faint tether of void chi between his fingers and the crystal. For the price of instant movement, we can only remain here for so long and must pay our debt back to the void. So, the cracks? Dante insisted. What do they mean? One of the elders has perished and the artifact took on damage as the void forcefully took back its debt. Elder Lucian said coldly, if another elder dies, the artifact may shatter. Dante clicked his tongue. Incompetent fools. How can a carefully raised elder of our great family perish in this backwater city? Perhaps it was your uncle's doing. Elder Lucian suggested. His tone was as cold as the void caller in Dante's palm. Dante paused. It's possible, but all of this is strange. The void tendrils that killed Theron Skyrend were beyond my father's capabilities, so it could only belong to a void cultivator in the nascent soul realm. So if it is truly uncle, why has he not come to greet me? And what hatred could he possibly bear against the Skyrend family to waste so much precious void chi on eliminating their heir? Dante narrowed his eyes at the swirling ash. Something on this level also didn't belong to this realm. Had uncle teamed up with someone to hunt down the Skyrend family? Let's think. The only things the Skyrend family are known and regarded for are their arrogance and capability to defy the heavens. Dante's eyes widened as he murmured, "Defy the heavens." "Young lord?" Elder Lucian asked, "Is something the matter?" Dante waved the elder off, "Nothing, just keep an eye out for any more Skyrend family members." Elder Lucian gave him an odd look but returned to his spiritual sight. For uncle to triumph over the curse on our noble blood and break the shackles that bind him to this realm, there would be no better family to ask than the Skyrends. Is uncle murdering them so the secret doesn't reach father's ears? Dante understood it might be a leap in logic, but he couldn't fathom another reason for this nonchalant display of power against a random family like the Skyrends. Just what is his angle? The void collar in Dante's hand exploded, devouring his hand and sucking in Elder Lucian. Dante blinked at his stump and watched the sword Elder Lucian had been standing on fall down into the ashen storm below. His mind was totally frozen in shock. What had just happened? Are all the elders dead? And where the hell did his hand go? Chapter 167, A Brewing Storm. Elder Elias Voidmind opened his eyes with a sigh. He stood on the third floor of the Colosseum and was gazing out at the chaotic marketplace in the Grand Square. Where are these Redclaw bastards? Elias grumbled to himself as he reeled in his spiritual sight. He had probed the thousands of mortals desperately fleeing down the streets and couldn't find any traces of fire chi. It was as if the Redclaws had all evacuated ahead of time. Elias's fingers drummed on the stone windowsill as the calm, warm breeze went over his bald head. The young lord would not be happy with his performance if he returned without blood on his hands. Sighing, he pushed himself away from the windowsill and strode down the now empty hallway. There was nothing else to accompany his thoughts besides the whistling wind that rustled his black robes. Do I really have to hunt for them within that ashen storm? It will deplete my entire reserves, and I may set back my cultivation by years. Why did I think answering the void's call would be a good idea? Benefits. From a tyrant like Dante? Not a chance. Elias clicked his tongue in annoyance as he rounded a corner and was met with a face full of wind and the burnt smell of ash. Through the glassless windows, he could see the violent storm swirling around. The idea of setting foot in that storm and burning hours of cultivation per minute to stay alive was aggravating. But what was he to do? The will of the young lord was absolute, and he had no plans to return empty-handed. Deciding to take the stairs to a lower level rather than simply jumping into the ashen storm blindly, he continued his walk through the empty hallway until he felt a presence. Cautiously prodding it with his spiritual sense, he could feel the faint waves of gravity that could only belong to someone in the star core realm, and to make things even better, there was the presence of fire chi. Grinning, Elder Elias popped a spiritual nullification pill to obscure his aura. They were expensive and didn't last for more than a few minutes, but it was a small price to guarantee he had the severed head of a powerful Redclaw to present to the young lord. Feeling the pill rushing through his body, he observed as his natural aura reeled in. A slight pressure from his star core remained, but that was almost impossible to entirely hide. Sticking close to the wall, Elder Elias snuck up to the dark tunnel. He was briefly surprised at how long it was, but that was no matter as he could see the backs of two men and a child at the end. Two wore white robes and, from their metallic hair, were clearly members of House Silverspire. Besides these two was a man with crimson hair and dark red robes, the Redclaw Grand Elder. Why is he standing beside the Silverspires? Is their relationship closer than we thought? Elder Elias narrowed his eyes as he crept down the tunnel. The Redclaw Grand Elder's star core seemed active as his fists were still aflame with crimson soul fire. Had he just been fighting something? It was getting more questionable and risky the more he looked into it, but Elder Elias had no plans to disobey his young lord. If Dante wanted the Redclaw Grand Elder's head on a silver platter, that's precisely what he would get. A few tense moments passed as Elias got closer. His finger itched to summon a dagger encoded in void chi, but that would alert the 2-star core cultivators just a few meters away of his presence. In honesty, he was surprised they hadn't noticed him already. What could they be so distracted by to have no interest in immortal behind them? Curious, he became a little bold and spread out his spiritual sight and almost shouted out in surprise when he saw the corpse of Elder Lilian in the mouth of a spirit beast far stronger than him. Does that spirit beast belong to the Silver Spires? Is it what's causing this powerful ashen storm? For a brief moment, Elder Elias wanted to turn back and report the findings to Dante, but he could already imagine his reaction. He would question why he was informing him of trivial things instead of eliminating them for him. Prideful bastard, Elias cursed in his mind but then froze in his tracks. Glancing down, he saw a fluffy white squirrel looking up at him with eyes of liquid gold filled with adorable curiosity. And then it smiled. Elias blinked in confusion and became even more disorientated when he realized the walls, floor, and ceiling of the hallway he had been sneaking through were gone and replaced with the endless abyss. There he was, floating in the endless expanse of the void with nothing but a grinning squirrel to keep him company. He didn't feel anything out of the ordinary about the squirrel, but its bizarre grin that seemed far too human was irking him. "Hello." Elder Elias questioned the squirrel, "Did you bring me here?" No answer. Had he really been expecting one? Squirrels couldn't speak, but there was something so odd about it that he wasn't even sure what to do. "I was hungry," a voice spoke directly in his mind, and worse of all, the words carried with it the pain of endless hunger. It was so extreme that for a moment, Elias couldn't even blame the voice's owner for wanting to eat him. "Was that you?" Elder Elias asked the squirrel with a shiver, but the furry creature was still eerily grinning at him and didn't reply. Feeling creeped out, Elias glanced away and tried to workshop a solution out of this place. He was in the void, but not of his own free will. Something had pulled him from the physical realm and trapped him in here. He tried to mobilize his own void chi to tear open a doorway to the physical realm, but the void refused to answer him. "There's something nearby with far more domain over the void than me. My only hope is if the void caller is still working, it should be able to pull me back to my original location in Slimer, so I just have to survive until then." Elias felt a weird pressure, so he glanced back and saw the squirrel roll its head back and open its mouth impossibly wide. Its body then ruptured and exploded. A squirming mass of black tentacles expanded in all directions, forming an enormous body that dominated the endless void. Elias hadn't even had time to register what happened when a single eye 1,000 times his size glared down at him, and he could see the insatiable hunger in its gaze. A world walker, Elias gulped as he closed his eyes. He knew his death would be swift. Ashlock had been listening in on the conversation between Dante Voidmind and the elder beside him when something unexpected happened. The crystal in Dante's hand cracked and then exploded. It all happened instantly. The air twisted into a singularity as if a black hole had formed, and a moment later, the Star Core Elder was missing, and so was Dante's hand. "What the hell?" Ashlock murmured in disbelief. One moment there had been a Star Core Elder that he had been wondering how to deal with, and the next, he was just gone. Recalling the Void Mind's conversation, the only plausible explanation for why the artifact had shattered like that was that the Elder sent to kill the Redclaws had died. If the other Void Mind Elder has really perished, it makes sense for the Void Crystal to shatter. The Void's hunger must have become too much for it to contain, but that raises another question. Ashlock glanced around. Who the hell killed a Star Core Void Mind Elder? Everyone surrounding the demonic tree within the Ashen Storm seemed oblivious to the situation that had just occurred high in the sky. And Ashlock couldn't see any evidence of this Void Mind Elder's corpse. Did he really die? Ashlock couldn't believe it. "All of my strongest sect members are here. The Grand Elder, Stella, Larry, and even Sebastian. Who could possibly?" Ashlock paused as he saw a fluffy white squirrel emerge from the dark tunnel. Maple jumped and skillfully landed on Stella's head. "Oh, Maple." Stella lovingly patted the mythical squirrel. "Where have you been? I could have used your help with this elder that was hellbent on capturing me." Maple accepted the head rubs with glee and then laid on his back, letting out a satisfied burp. "No way." Ashlock let out a long sigh. This little rascal was always off doing his own thing and causing problems. You ate him, didn't you? You were the only person missing that strong enough to pull off such a feat, Ashlock asked through their mental link, but Maple ignored him and slept. Bastard, those were valuable sacrificial credits, Ashlock said to himself, and because that elder died, the other one was also taken away. After a while of grumbling, Ashlock sighed. In truth, Maple had done him a favor by dealing with the elder, and he should be satisfied that nobody on his side came out hurt or dead. But that wouldn't stop him from lamenting over the lost sacrificial credits. It's fine. I still have the 2 skyrend corpses and 1 void mind elder corpse, Ashlock mused. I wonder if I should turn one of them into an ent. Theron would make the strongest ent due to his high cultivation stage, but what about a void element one from the void mind elder's corpse? Ashlock's trail of thought was interrupted when he detected a flash of chi in the sky. He focused on the source and saw Dante Voidmind talking into a glowing communication jade while staring at his stump. The conversation was happening within a chi bubble, so he couldn't listen in, but judging by Dante's worsening expression, whatever he was being told wasn't good news for him. While this was happening, Ashlock noticed the clear blue sky on the horizon darkening. A giant storm system began brewing out of nowhere and moving toward him. Oh shit, Ashlock cursed as he noticed a small humanoid-shaped dot at the forefront of the storm. Ashlock quickly opened a portal leading to Red Vine Peak. Larry, take Stella and go. Leave the Void Mind corpse here. Larry acknowledged his orders and nudged Stella with Maple on her head toward the portal. The moment the giant spider left with Stella, the ashen storm began to settle down, and heaps of ash floated into the arena and covered the stands. While keeping his eye on the fastly approaching tempest, Ashlock wrote on his trunk in lilac flames, Grand Elder. He's here. The Redclaw Grand Elder translated the message, and his expression turned grave as he looked at the sky. It seems my prediction of him showing up has come to fruition. Time to try and reason with an arrogant self-proclaimed demigod. He then turned to Sebastian at his side. Remember your promise, Silver Spire. Sebastian patted Riker on the shoulder and nodded to the Grand Elder. Of course, we would smear the Silver Spire name if we were to dishonor a contract. This tournament is under our house's protection. Then prepare the Void Mind corpse and get ready, the Grand Elder answered. Ashlock was relieved to hear that everyone was on board, as this was risky, but this was the pivotal moment of the grand plan to start a war between the Skyrend and Voidmind families to buy his Ash-Fallen sect time to scale up. He would need to advance his own cultivation and give his sect members another few rounds in the Mystic Realm before he felt comfortable fully exposing the Ash-Fallen sect's existence and going to war against the top families and the Patriarch. And it all depended on convincing the gigantic floating man that resembled the reincarnation of Zeus at the forefront of the massive storm fast approaching that they hadn't been the ones to kill his son and daughter. The distant rumbling of a thunderous storm became louder as the sky darkened and the day turned to dusk. For some reason, this reminded Ashlock of that time the Winterwrath Grand Elder came to attack the Ravenborn family atop a titan of ice and flanked by a cataclysmic blizzard. They sure do like dramatic entrances. Ashlock was silenced by the world going white as if a nuclear bomb had gone off. The storm overhead lit up all at once at the command of the giant man floating in the sky, and a bolt of lightning the width of the arena descended. The moment the bolt hit the ground, there was a thunderclap so loud everyone present was pushed back a few steps and had the soul flames flickering across their skin, briefly snuffed out. The Grand Elder had been expecting this and resisted the wave of superheated sand and ash thrown up by the attack with a wall of crimson flames. Even with the wall of flames, if not for the spatial chi drenching the demonic tree he was inhabiting with a fraction of his soul, the tree would have snapped in half and perished. With color returning to the world as the lightning blast ceased, Ashlock witnessed a 5-meter-tall man coated in golden lightning with similar features to Theron slowly descend to the arena below. The lightning bolt had transformed the arena into a beautiful art piece of ashen glass. The man's golden glowing eyes were focused on a section of the glass tinted red. He bent down, running his fingers over the still hot glass, and whispered, "Who dares?" There was a moment of pin-drop silence as the man closed his eyes, stood to his full height, and then bellowed to the heavens above with a thunderous roar, "Who dares slaughter my children? Where are their corpses?" Dark clouds overhead crackled and flashed to mirror their summoner's rage. Yet the heavens did not have the answer he sought, so his furious gaze landed on the Redclaw Grand Elder. Kicking against the ground, He shattered the glass underfoot as he rocketed toward the calm Grand Elder. Magnus Redclaw, the Skyrend Grand Elder snarled, "Did you extinguish the life of my beloved children?" Ashlock was surprised. Only now did he realize the man had only ever been referred to as the Grand Elder of the Redclaw family and nothing else. "Demetrios Skyrend, you know I hate that name." Magnus Redclaw narrowed his eyes at the towering man, "and no, I did not kill your children." The two glared at one another for a moment. Ashlock would believe Demetrios had Titan blood in his veins. The man was so towering that he was almost the same height as the demonic tree he was inhabiting and was over twice the height of the already tall Redclaw Grand Elder. "Magnus, I see the blood of my children smeared in the sand." Demetrios leaned in closer, his marble-like muscles swelling while containing his fury. "My children came to attend your tournament to show face, so tell me why the heavens speak of their demise." "We were attacked moments ago during the final event by the Void Mind family," Magnus Redclaw explained. "They must have died during the fight." "The Void Mind family?" Demetrios narrowed his eyes. "Everyone here can confirm my claim," Magnus said calmly as he gestured to Cain Azure Crest and Celeste Starweaver that were still in the Colosseum stands watching the events unfold. "Nonsense!" Dante Void Mind shouted from atop his sword while hiding his stump behind his back. Demetrios ignored Dante as if he were a bug and turned to glare at the two nobles. "Are Magnus Redclaw's words true?" Celeste Starweaver exchanged a glance with Dante. Eventually, she sighed and empowered her voice with chi so it would carry across the Colosseum without her putting in much effort. "Dante Void Mind announced his family was invading this city at the end of the tournament. However, I do not know how that involves your children." "We would never target your children. Our family shares a long history." "Silence, skyen." Demetrios bellowed at Dante, "Your Void Mind family has become far too suffocating to be around, and I will not be talked down to by a mere child." Demetrios then flexed his cultivation, and as if the heavens had descended, an immense pressure crashed onto Dante, knocking him from his sword and forcing him down to the ground like a meteor. The ashen glass shattered as Dante was floored by Demetrios's mere presence. The ghoulish-looking man groaned as he pushed himself out of a crater and tried to stand under pressure. Demetrios ignored Dante and returned to Magnus. "Now, explain what happened." Sebastian coughed from the side. "I can answer that." Upon the finals concluding, Dante Void Mind was allowed to deliver a victory speech. He utilized this opportunity to announce his family's plan to take over Darklight City. He then brought out a void-powered crystal and summoned multiple Void Mind elders to assist his cause. "And the ash?" Demetrios questioned. "A defensive artifact provided to me by Riker Silverspire's mother for his protection in case of an assassination attempt," Sebastian lied. "My mistress purchased it from merchants, and it was kept on hand for a situation like this." Sebastian then gestured to the corpse of the Void Mind Elder. "I was able to fend off one of the Void Mind Elders due to the artifact and because she was already injured." Demetrios eyed the corpse and then leaned closer. He traced his finger over the hole through her skull that was coated in silver, metal chi used to impale her head. His finger traced to her chest, and residual lightning chi that I recognize as my daughter's in her chest. He then closed his eyes and I can't detect my son or daughter's body anywhere nearby, so they must have been consumed by the accursed void. "Impossible," Dante shouted through gritted teeth as he tried to stand. "I commanded my elders to kill the Redclaw family and a woman called Rosalind. I never told them to do anything with your children. I swear under the heavens." Demetrios rose to his full height and slowly turned to glare down at Dante with his glowing eyes that were like floodgates to a god's fury. In a single step, he was down to the glass-coated arena below. The glass cracked underfoot like ice as Demetrios walked toward the floor. Dante, still struggling under his godlike pressure. "Foolish child, you thought you were so sneaky," Demetrios bellowed. "Nobody here is strong enough to even touch a hair on my children's head, except someone that betrays the heavens and gives into the temptations of the void's whisper." Demetrios raised one of his enormous arms, and golden lightning struck down. He caught the bolt and held it like a javelin. "I didn't do it," Dante replied coldly. "This is all a setup to pitch our families against one another. Think logically, Demetrios, don't make a mistake you may regret." "Then who slaughtered my children?" Demetrios' voice boomed, cracking the glass for 100 meters. "You didn't move a finger while standing on your sword to save my children. Will you claim ignorance to their deaths?" "That I can't answer." Dante's eyes darted around as he took in everyone's faces. I will remember all of you who did this to me. You can curse them in hell, you heretic. Demetrios brought his hand down with enough force to produce a sonic boom as he hurled the lightning bolt at Dante. The world went white once more, and for a moment Ashlock thought Dante would be executed. However, as the bright white faded, Ashlock saw Dante half alive in the crater. His stump was gone as he sacrificed his arm to defend against the lightning. His face also appeared covered in void corruption that looked like a plague eating away at his face. If you hadn't taught my uncle how to ascend, none of this would have happened, Dante shouted. I watched as a void attacked beyond even my father impaled your son. He didn't even have time to react as he perished. From his point of view in the sky, Ashlock could see ripples of void chi around Dante. It was obvious he was trying to activate some sort of escape artifact and was trying to buy time. I would never help a heretic escape this realm, Demetrios said as he called down another javelin of heaven's wrath to his hand. You are spouting nonsense. Dante grinned as half his face melted. You can try and hide it for as long as you want, but we will find out the truth soon enough. Demetrios' glowing eyes widened as he noticed the void chi surrounding Dante. So without hesitation, he hurled the golden bolt, but Dante just manically laughed as he coated his remaining arm with void chi and tanked the bolt. Get back here, you bastard, Demetrios roared as he dashed over and tried to grab at Dante, but he had already sunken into the floor and vanished into the void while screaming in agony. Demetrios' entire body exploded with rage as he shot up into the sky and began to soar toward Slimer. Chapter 168, Ashfallen's Rise. Ashlock and the others waited a while, but Demetrios' skyrend never returned. The violent storm system dominated the distant horizon, and Ashlock suspected that Demetrios was giving a piece of his mind to the Void Mind family. He would go and look, but his roots didn't extend far enough west to reach Slimer yet, and his Eye of the Tree God also didn't reach the city. The Redclaw Grand Elder, who had his hands behind his back as he looked at the horizon, sighed in relief. His fire chi then swirled around them to obscure his voice from others. I must thank House Silver Spire for mediating that conversation. Without your presence, I fear Demetrios would have taken Dante's side and wiped us out instead. Sebastian frowned. It is indeed troublesome. When I agreed to sponsor the tournament for an extra percentage, I didn't expect to be dragged into a plot that may cause a civil war between the Voidmind and Skyrend families. It's okay. Riker, who had remained silent for most of the day, grinned. Big sister promised me lots of money, which means I might beat my brother and sisters for the Silver Core. Ashlock almost felt like chuckling as he was reminded about the inheritance battle between the heirs of the Silver Spire family. The poor patriarch. He took his eyes off his Blood Lotus sect for a few years to cultivate, and when he emerges, he will find all three of the most prominent families at war. Two against one another and the last having an internal fight between the heirs, Ashlock sneered. That's what he deserves for saving Stella as a pill furnace. In fact, the more the Blood Lotus sect is in flames, the better. It will help camouflage our activities. Rascal, Sebastian ruffled Riker's hair. Imagine your mother's face when she finds out. Actually, she would be very proud of me. Riker smacked Sebastian's hand away. She always told me that war is good for business. People need weapons and spatial rings, which we sell, and then when they all die, we can move in and buy the land for cheap and start mining for metals. Sebastian and the Grand Elder exchanged a surprised look. Ahem. That is technically true, Sebastian nodded thoughtfully. The mistress is wise. Of course she is, Riker nodded seriously. My mother is the smartest woman I know. And how many women do you know? The Grand Elder asked in jest. Riker replied thoughtfully, only my mother and sisters, and my sisters are stupid. Sebastian snorted in amusement. Oh? What makes them stupid? They are your sisters, you know. You and my sister told me Darklight City was a backwater place with nothing worth mentioning, Riker said, but I found beautiful big sisters and lots of cool things here. So, Sebastian, you are also stupid. Sebastian seemed to stumble back with a painful expression as if an arrow had been shot into his chest. Ouch. The young master's words hurt my heart. Good, let's head back, Riker demanded. I want to cultivate after seeing the adults fight. I need to become stronger. Sebastian ceased his pained act. Grand Elder, is our presence here no longer necessary? The Grand Elder looked at the demonic tree trunk, and when Ashlock wrote nothing, he gave Sebastian a nod. I believe so. I will. Send someone to fetch you if something comes up. Sebastian slightly bowed to the Grand Elder and the demonic tree. I look forward to our continued business relationship. Ashlock didn't want them to walk all the way back, so he created a portal for them to the White Stone Palace's courtyard. The two silver spires departed and the Grand Elder was also about to leave when someone unexpectedly approached them. Cain azure crest floated through the air with a violent gale surrounding him. The Grand Elder withdrew his fire chi and faced the approaching team. Ashlock searched the Colosseum stands and couldn't see Celeste Starweaver anywhere. Only the Grand Elder and Cain were left in the half-destroyed Colosseum covered in shattered glass, ash, and rubble. Cain touched down a few meters from the Grand Elder and offered a respectful bow. Greetings, Grand Elder of the Honorable Redclaw family. To what do I owe the pleasure, scion of House Azure Crest? The Grand Elder replied with a slight smile. I know I didn't win your tournament, Cain replied. He sounded exhausted, as if he hadn't slept in days, but I wondered if there was a way I could still be hired alongside the rogues. The Grand Elder raised his brow. How unexpected. A scion from one of the top families asking for employment alongside rogue cultivators? Dare I ask the reason why? Cain raised his head and looked at the Grand Elder through the gaps in his long white and crimson hair. Could we take this conversation elsewhere? The subject matter is sensitive. The Grand Elder looked him up and down with scrutiny and nodded. Come with me. After the two left through the portal to the White Stone Palace, total silence overtook the Colosseum. A place that had once been alive with the cheers of 1,000 mortals was now dead silent. Ashlock opened a portal and slowly dragged the Voidmind Elder's corpse back to Red Vine Peak via Black Vine. He also retracted his view from his progeny and returned to his mountain because he wanted one of the girls to act as his spokesperson in the upcoming meeting between the Grand Elder and Cain Azure Crest. He hadn't spoken to the Grand Elder through abyssal whispers before, and the man didn't have a Mind Fortress pill, so Ashlock needed someone to speak for him. Stella was lying on the bench, passed out. A troubled expression was on her sleeping face as her chest peacefully rose and fell. Maple was sprawled out on her stomach and enjoying the late afternoon sun. She must be exhausted. When did she last have a moment where she wasn't learning alchemy or causing drama? Ashlock laughed as he left her to sleep, and his gaze drifted a few meters away where a few corpses were lined up. He closed the portal as quietly as possible to not awaken Stella, dragged the Voidmind Elder's corpse, and dumped it alongside the others. Theron's body was in bad condition, with around half missing due to the void tendrils devouring him. Meanwhile, Cassandra's corpse was in much better shape as she had died from a dagger through the heart. Ashlock was tempted to turn them into ints or devour them for credits, but that could wait until later as he needed everyone's opinions. These were incredibly valuable corpses and weren't to be wasted. I feel like I am missing one. Oh yeah. Ashlock realized that Roderick Terraforge was still trapped in Titus's hand prison. I'll wait until Stella is awake to deal with that one. He can wait. Ashlock looked around the peaceful courtyard and felt a sense of relief wash over him as the reality of the situation set in. So much had occurred in just a few hours. It was hard to believe it was finally over. After months of planning and plenty of schemes, the Ashfallen sect had come out unscathed, while simultaneously gaining so much. The tournament had concluded, and it was time to set his sights on bigger and better things. The Ashfallen sect was about to welcome many new alchemists, and war may break out between the Skyrend and Voidmind families. A war Ashlock planned to profit off as much as possible. But that wasn't all. A partnership had been formed with the infamous Silver Spire family, and the merchants would soon come knocking to speak with Rosalind. Also, the Red Claws were now seen in higher regard by the other families, and Darklight City saw a significant influx of tourists due to the tournament. So long as the plan had worked and Demetrios Skyen didn't turn around and blast them with heavenly lightning, things looked up for Ashlock and the sect. Just a few more rounds in the Mystic Realm, and I should have a group of mid to late stage Starcore cultivators, Ashlock mused, and if I can also get in there with my progeny dominion skill, then I might even reach the nascent soul realm before the Patriarch comes out of seclusion. Realizing he was getting distracted, Ashlock glanced around the mountain peak and spotted Diana relaxing under the shade of a demonic tree and embraced by the mist. She appeared much less exhausted than Stella and more just enjoying the sun. Hey Diana, Ashlock spoke into her mind, and the woman was shocked out of her daze. What? Where? Who? Diana shouted aloud while glancing around while blinking in confusion. SHHH, it's me. Stop shouting. Stella's asleep, Ashlock answered. I need you to head over to the White Stone Palace and sit in on a conversation and act as my spokesperson. Diana massaged her temples while standing up and then sighed. Fine, let's go, she said while popping a Mind Fortress pill. Ashlock watched Cain and the Grand Elder sit opposite one another in the reception room of the White Stone Palace. The walls had arrays built in to stop other cultivators from eavesdropping, but the Grand Elder also used his own chi to secure the area. They were solid measures but not enough to stop Ashlock from listening in through a route under the floorboards. Not that the Grand Elder was in any position to have a conversation he was unaware of, but if he had no need to ask, that was for the best. Ashlock effortlessly tore through the Grand Elder's chi and produced a portal through which a white wooden masked Diana emerged. She said nothing as she strode over, perched herself on an armchair, and glanced between the two other people in the room. Cain gave her an odd look, but the Grand Elder just waved it off. She is a trusted person, feel free to speak your mind. Cain sighed with relief as he sank into the sofa and seemed about to pass out. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. You look haggard. The Grand Elder observed. Do you need something? Perhaps some freshly brewed tea or revitalization pills? Nothing works. Cain stared at the ceiling. I haven't slept in weeks, and all I can do is replay the events of a single night in my mind over and over. Nocturne keeping you awake? Diana asked. Cain seemed to jolt in his seat and stare at her. You know? I have encountered them before, Diana said flatly. It didn't end well. I see. Cain seemed a bit taken aback. And do you know anything about them, Grand Elder Redclaw? Small details have been made aware to me, the Grand Elder said, but I will allow you to explain from the start as I am missing a lot of context. As you wish. Cain sighed. An order from the Patriarch had been given to my father before he went into seclusion, which sent the family into turmoil. He demanded that more airship pilots be available before the beast tide. The problem was that every abled person in the family was already working in the airship industry. I see, and raising new talent takes a long time, the Grand Elder mused. Exactly, Cain nodded. So my father began to look for shortcuts, and he stumbled upon a demonic technique that allows for a rapid rise in cultivation. Nocturnes, the Grand Elder said. Cain's expression became grim. I watched as all of my siblings had duels over who would be sacrificed to empower the other. It was a harrowing experience to watch my elder brother Venick slaughter our sister and consume her soul for a surge in cultivation. I hid away in the servant quarters and tried to stay out of my father's sight for the duration of the sacrifices. Venick. Isn't that the one you killed, Diana? Ashlock asked through telepathy. That's right, Diana replied. So, how did you get here? The Grand Elder asked Cain, and how did you end up with a Nocturne? Well, you see, there was an odd number of us, so I had hoped all of my siblings would fight it out, and I would be left alone, but the head servant reported me to my father. Cain gulped. If you don't know, my father is a lecherous man, which is one of the reasons he is such good friends with the Patriarch. The Redclaw Grand Elder nodded. There are some rumors regarding that man. I don't care what they are. They are probably true. Cain shivered. One of my father's habits is having children with rogue cultivators outside the family line. So when I was brought to my father's study one night, I was made to stand before a cage containing a red-haired kid who I later found out was my half-brother from one of those rogues. Ashlock did not like where this story was going one bit. Why did he have to be constantly reminded that he was surrounded by savages wearing human skin? You consumed him, didn't you? The Grand Elder said, and Cain hesitantly nodded. It was either him or me. Father justified it by saying the boy had fire affinity and was, therefore, the lesser of us. Cain clutched his head. The fact that man would use the affinity purity argument while standing beside one of his children in a cage made me seethe with rage. Then what happened? Diana asked. I don't know. Cain began to quietly weep. I have replayed that night so many times in my mind I don't even know what really happened anymore. But all I know is I woke up in bed with a terrible headache, a voice in my head, and the ability to cultivate fire chi. Father found it fascinating that I had become dual affinity, so he had me try and learn alchemy as the wind element is terrible at it. Ashlock had never considered that there would be ways to become a dual affinity after birth. I wonder if there's a way I could use my skills to help my sect members unlock new affinities. So that's how you ended up here. The Grand Elder hummed as he tapped his chin, and I assume you came to us looking for a way to escape your father? Cain shook his head, not initially. I came here to prove to my father that I had some skills in alchemy so he wouldn't send me to work in the airship industry. But then I heard you guys were hiring and saw the Silver Spire family was involved. They are one of the only families that could help shield me from my father. Diana, I need time to decide if taking him on would be worth the risk. Ashlock told Diana, tell him we will consider his request to be hired over the next few days and for him to either wait here in the White Stone Palace or stay in the city. Diana relayed his message, and Cain gave a grateful nod. Thank you, I would appreciate it if I could stay here. Cain requested, and at the command of the Grand Elder, he was led away by a group of mates. Although many significant threats were on the horizon, this conversation helped Ashlock refocus on things he had been putting off that needed to be resolved now that the Ashfallen sect was more out in the open and time wasn't on their side. With the Red Claws more established now, I need them to focus on mass recruitment of cultivators, alchemists, and even mortals, Ashlock explained to Diana. The White Stone Palace was able to hold 2 families and their servants in the past. There is plenty of room to be utilized here, and we can always dig down and create more space within the mountain. Diana relayed the information. I see, the Grand Elder said. Are those rogue alchemists also going to stay here rather than in the cavern under Red Vine Peak? Yes, Ashlock said, and Diana nodded. It was time to start separating the 2 peaks. One was for his core sect members, while the White Stone Palace would be home for everyone else. During the next few months, he planned for the Ashfallen sect to rapidly expand in both size and power. His time lurking in the shadows was coming to a close, and the Blood Lotus sect would soon learn their folly for allowing him to take root on their soil. Chapter 169, Satisfying Revenge. Ashlock awoke to a pleasant autumn breeze that rustled his scarlet leaves. There were also the chirps of birds that had recently made the sprawling demonic forest across the mountain range their home. As always, it took a while for Ashlock's mind to fully awaken from his slumber, but once he did, the all-too-familiar system message appeared in his vision. Idolatry Daily Sign in System. Day, 3532. Daily Credit, 5. Sacrifice Credit, 28. Sign in. Seems I fell asleep while waiting for Stella to wake up. Ashlock yawned as he dismissed the notification and glanced around the mountain peak with his spiritual sight. The 3 corpses of Blood Lotus nobles were still there as he hadn't yet decided what to do with them. In the past, the only real option would be to consume them for sacrificial credits and then unlock a skill. However, now that he had his SS-grade Necroflora Sovereign skill that let him raise powerful ints, he had to carefully consider what he used corpses for. There was a loud yawn as Stella stretched like a cat on the bench and slowly woke up. Good morning, Tree, Stella said as she sleepily looked around. How long was I asleep? For half a day and night, Ashlock said through his abyssal whisper skill. That long? Stella murmured as she retrieved a Mind Fortress pill from her spatial storage and gulped it down to resist the attacking nature of his telepathy skill. Darn, it's my last one. I need to make another batch. If you teach the rogue alchemists how to make it, then you won't need to, Ashlock mentioned. Oh yeah, Stella said through their link as she attempted to tie her hair into a ponytail. How did everything end yesterday? The second I came back here, I felt compelled to fall asleep on the bench, so I bet I missed some things. Well, if you look down near your feet, you will see some corpses, Ashlock said. I need to decide which ones to consume to grow stronger and which to turn into ints like Titus. And what are the downsides of both options? What do you mean? Well, power never comes for free, and I never fully understood how you get stronger, Tree, Stella explained. Like, does consuming corpses corrupt your chi? Or does raising an ent drain your soul? Sometimes when deciding on something, it's best to look at what it will cost you rather than what you gain. That was a good point. He always focused on the benefits rather than the cost, as his tree body gave him an unnatural advantage when it came to gathering chi and other resources. However, with the goal of advancing his cultivation and an upcoming war, he didn't want to be caught without any chi in his star core again like he has been so many times in the past due to mismanagement. So he needed to be careful with raising too many ints. Ints cost a lot to maintain. The more I have control over, The more chi I have to waste on powering them, Ashlock explained, whereas if I just eat the corpses, I will definitely get more powerful as I can absorb the chi in their remains, and there's a chance I gain something new. But it will be random. Gain something new. Stella tilted her head, such as items from rifts like my earrings. Yeah, I basically stole those earrings from some other dimension for you, Ashlock half lied. He didn't know for certain where the items were coming from, and he also didn't consider the system's feats as being from him. With a radiant smile, Stella touched the red maple leaf earrings dangling from her ears via a black chain. I see. Well, that does make this decision rather difficult. I like new things after all. She walked around the corpses while tapping her chin and paused. Isn't someone missing? Roderick Terraforge is still trapped in Titus's hands out in the wilderness, Ashlock replied. I was saving him for you. What do you want to do with him? Just crush him, Stella shrugged. Ever since I won the tournament and don't feel threatened anymore. I don't care for revenge against a nobody like Roderick. I'm surprised. I thought you would want to slit his throat for crashing into your table during the tournament. At the time, I did, Stella sighed, but in a way, I actually owe some gratitude for them pushing me so far to a level of stress I have never experienced before. Why would you be grateful for that? Ashlock wondered. I think they helped me awaken my bloodline during that final round. Stella stared at the bench behind her. I don't know a lot about it, but I dreamed of this mountain peak and the things that have occurred here. They helped me focus to the point where I could create a profound tear pill on my first try. So you do have a bloodline. Did it give you a transformation like Diana? Ashlock excitedly asked. Stella shook her head as she looked away from the bench. No, and I don't think I will get one. Why not? It's just a theory, but I think there might be different kinds of bloodlines. Stella mused. For example, Diana has a transformation type that changes her species to one that's more powerful, whereas mine boosts my mental capabilities. Interesting. Ashlock was glad to learn even a little bit more about these mysterious bloodlines, and he was even more pleased to know that Stella had finally awakened hers. Since Larry said he sensed something ancient about the girls and Senior Lee mentioned that bloodlines belonged to the upper realms, he had been interested in them. Can you tell me more details about your bloodline? Ashlock asked. I don't want to say anything for definite, but when I feel my throne is threatened, I enter a trance-like state that lets me perform at my peak capabilities. Stella shrugged. It also seemed to rapidly drain my stamina, and I could hardly stand after using it multiple times in succession. And your throne is? Stella gestured to the bench. I have no idea why, but my body and mind feel linked to this bench. Ashlock hummed in interest. The day that you tried to punch the heavenly lightning and almost died, Senior Lee saved you with a pill from a higher realm that seemed to anger the heavens. He later told me that was likely because our fates are tied. I wonder if you see the bench as your throne because of that. Perhaps. Stella yawned and stretched her back. Ugh, I can still feel the fatigue from yesterday. Maybe I need to cultivate. Wait. Before you go and do that, help me with deciding the fate of these corpses, Ashlock insisted. I value your insight, hero, and go get Diana too. Stella closed her eyes and a portal rippled to life right before her face. She then stuck her head through. Okay, she is coming, Stella said, withdrawing her head and widening the portal. Diana stepped through alongside Douglas and Elaine as well. Oh, perfect, everyone's here, Ashlock mused. Can you ask Elaine what her plans are now that she stayed behind? Oh, also, we really need to get more of those Mind Fortress pills so I can easily speak with everyone. I will make some more later today, Stella said and then relayed his question to Elaine. Actually, I received a call from my father late last night, Elaine confessed. He told me my family had mostly withdrawn from Darklight City, but he wanted me to stay behind and report the situation here to him. So I guess it's fine for me to continue working in the academy as nobody from my family is keeping a close eye on me. Stella snorted. So he withdrew everyone so they couldn't be kidnapped or used as bargaining chips by the Skyen family, but he's fine with you staying here unguarded. What an asshole. Elaine nodded sadly. Yes. I don't know how I didn't notice his disregard for me sooner. Well, this works in our favor, Diana pointed out. We can feed them incorrect information through Elaine. Did your father tell you anything about what is happening at Slimer? A little, Elaine said. Slimer is on lockdown, and they spent a few hours powering arrays to protect the city from Demetrios Skyren's wrath. Father said they are fine for now, as Demetrios left after expending too much chi on powering the storm. Say, Elaine, Who do you think will win if there's a war? Stella asked. I found the Skyrend family a lot easier to deal with, but I have a natural resistance to lightning chi, so that gave me an unfair advantage. That's a good question, Douglas agreed, and if what you guys told me is true, the Voidmind family lost multiple elders in the recent attack, so that should have weakened them further. Right. Or am I being dumb? Elaine nodded as she leaned back slightly against Douglas. I believe the Skyrend family has the upper hand in an all-out war. As you know, Void Chi is very powerful at both offense and defense, but it's incredibly hard to gather. If Demetrios floats in the sky and forces my father to waste his Void Chi on powering a defensive array, Slimer will eventually fall. Lightning Chi is much easier to gather, and its attack power is high, so the defense must be taken seriously. What if the Voidmind family went on the offensive? Ashlock asked through Stella. In his mind, they should send assassins using those Void Caller artifacts and slaughter the Skyrend family scions when Demetrios isn't looking. Ashlock had only managed to defeat the Voidmind elders through some luck and the overpowered skills of his summons, so he couldn't see how the Skyrend family could survive a direct assault. The Voidmind family is unlikely to go on the offensive, Diana said. They think Elaine's uncle has returned with a vengeance to silence the Skyrend family. I wouldn't be surprised if they sat back and waited for the head librarian to make a move while their Void Chi is depleted. Elaine shook her head. If I had to guess, Dante is begging my father to send people to investigate my uncle's return. My father's position as the family head was only gained because of his high cultivation rather than his good relationship with the branch families. If the other branches see a possibility to either snatch the head seat away by learning the secret of ascension themselves or going out of their way to make amends with my uncle, they will take it. Everyone fell into deep contemplation for a while. If a war does happen between the two families, how quickly will it escalate? Ashlock asked. He needed to know what kind of timescale he was working with here so he could prioritize certain things. Stella relayed the question to Diana as she was most knowledgeable regarding sect politics and had also been on the receiving end of an invasion from another family. If they are of equal strength, it will take a few months at least, Diana replied after some thought. Neither side will want to rush in at risk of falling for a trap like the Voidminds did yesterday at the tournament. The only reason they invaded so hastily yesterday was because Dante believed he could achieve total victory before the Red Claws could get a chance to gather help from other families. In short, they were sure of an overwhelming victory. Stella glanced at Cassandra's cold corpse with a hole in her heart. Arrogance leads to death. If we want to come out of this alive, we must be better than those currently reigning at the top. Everyone exchanged a look and nodded. It was an idea Ashlock agreed with and had been doing from the very start. He may have been forced into this cautious mindset due to being unable to run away as a tree, but he had no plans to ditch it now. This trail of thought brought him back to the ints. They are powerful assets that are also somewhat expendable. Perfect for war. And if I manage to extend my roots all the way out to Slimer and even the entire Blood Lotus sect, I can launch wars with my ints at a moment's notice through portals. Ashlock mused. Maybe I should turn most of them into ints. With that idea in mind, he asked Stella, between the Skyrend corpses, which one do you think I should turn into an ent? You're going to eat one of them? Stella asked. That's the plan. I still want to eat one or two of the corpses to boost my cultivation up a stage, as my star core is mostly filled after not doing much over the last few weeks, Ashlock explained. I would ask you to consume Cassandra to put her to eternal rest. She may have been a bitch, but I admire that she stuck to her values until the very end. Stella's eyes narrowed at Theron. Meanwhile, I believe Theron deserves to be an eternal slave for the things he said to me and for trying to spit on Elder Margaret. Ashlock was surprised about Stella's view of Cassandra but had no qualms about agreeing to her request. If he turned Theron Skyrend into an ent, he would be on a similar power level to Titus. He would also give me around 1,000 credits. Ashlock sighed. The temptation of picking the points and rolling the gotcha was high, but he had to admit a guaranteed star core ent that he could send into battle without the risk of losing someone he cared about was a big plus. Wait, before we decide on the other corpses, let me bring over Roderick. Ashlock's vision blurred as he arrived far out in the wilderness, creating a massive portal for Titus to walk back through. What's Titus doing back here? Diana asked while glancing up at the looming titan of Blackwood. Everyone's clothes and hair rustled as the massive portal snapped closed behind Titus, leaving him towering over them with his hands clenched around something. "Titus, bring your hands down here." Stella shouted up at the Ent, and Titus complied by bending down on one knee and presenting the hand prison to her. Ashlock was surprised that the Ent listened, but then he remembered he had commanded Titus to listen to Stella and the twins when they had gone hunting for alchemy ingredients. "Now, crush," Stella gestured to what Titus should do, and there was a loud scream from within as Titus closed his hands. "Good. Now open up." Stella gestured for Titus to open his fingers, and the Ent complied, revealing a very bloodied and broken Roderick Terraforge that was barely alive. Stella frowned as she summoned her favorite dagger to her hand. "You're a tough little bastard, aren't you?" Please." Roderick coughed blood as he glanced around and locked eyes with Douglas, cousin. Douglas diverted his gaze and looked up at the sky. Stella was unfazed by his begging as she grabbed Roderick's hair, forcefully tilted his head to face the heavens and slit his throat. As the life left his eyes, Stella hauled the now dead man via his hair out of the hand prison and dumped him next to the other noble corpses. Everyone watched the scene in silence, some more shocked than others. "I thought you said you didn't care for revenge against a nobody like Roderick," Ashlock asked. "I lied, that was far too satisfying," Stella replied through their link as she smiled sweetly. "Anyway, didn't you want to figure out what to do with the corpses?" "I was just hurrying things along." "Right. Sure," Ashlock said and then reanalyzed the corpses. Before him lay two Star Core corpses, Theron Skyrend and Lilian Voidmind. "I think I will turn these two into ints, so what should I do with the other two?" Ashlock stopped musing and realized he was being an idiot. He only wanted to consume the corpses to reach the next stage in the Star Core realm, so why not eat one and see if that was enough to advance? Casting Consuming Abyss, black vines coated in thorns emerged from the ground and wrapped around Cassandra Skyrend as Stella requested to put her to eternal rest. A while later, there was an immense rush of chi through the vines as he finished devouring the corpse. Ashlock felt his Star Core pulse expand a tenth larger, and then rapidly drain of chi as he felt his entire body on fire with power. Plus 311 SC. Phew, Ashlock sighed as the feeling subsided, and he opened his status menu. Demonic Demi-Divine Tree, Age, 9. Star Core, 4th Stage. Soul Type, Amethyst, Spatial. Mutations. Demonic IB. Blood Sap C. Summons. Ashen King, Laria. Ebon Flow Serpent Sovereign, Kaita C. Skills. Necroflora Sovereign SS. Mystic Realm S locked until day, 3552. Progeny Dominion S. Eye of the Tree God A. Abyssal Whispers A. Deep Roots A. Magic Mushroom Production A. Lightning Chi Barrier A. Chi Fruit Production A. Consuming Abyss B. Blooming Root Flower Production B. Language of the World B. Fire Chi Protection B. Transpiration of Heaven and Chaos B. Hibernate C. Superior Poison Resistance C. Ashlock read over his ever-growing status menu and mentally grinned when he saw he had advanced to the 4th stage in the Star Core realm. If he managed to eat a few more corpses, defeat some monsters, and cultivate in the Mystic realm, he could see the possibility of reaching the nascent Soul realm on the distant horizon. With that advancement out of the way, Ashlock could turn all 3 of the remaining corpses into ints. Let's start with Theron Skyrend. I wonder what a 5th stage lightning affinity human cultivator will look like as an ent, Ashlock mused. Will he be as tall as Titus? What about his skin? Will he have a weird texture like Bob? Deciding to find out, Ashlock activated his SS grade skill Necroflora Sovereign and watched the magic happen. Chapter 170, Mount Ash Fallen. Stella quickly broke the seal on Cassandra's silver spatial ring while watching a slithering mass of black vines consume the woman's corpse. "There's hardly anything in here," Stella pouted. The seal was easy enough to break as an entire realm separated them, but the contents left much to be desired. There were naturally a few weapons, a stash of spirit stones, a single beast core, and a pile of dragon crowns. But she had been hoping for a lot more, considering how much Cassandra loved to flaunt. Stella was broken from her inspection of the ring by a sudden wave of power from behind. Withdrawing her spiritual sense from the ring, she glanced back at the aflame tree. In fact, the entire mountain was glowing with a lilac hue. Did tree just ascend a stage? Stella asked Diana. I think so, Diana said flatly. Did you find anything in the ring? Stella passed the ring to Diana, enough money to buy half of Darklight City, but I expected more for some reason. Diana closed her eyes while holding the ring and reopened them a while later. I see what you mean. Sure, it's a lot of money, but where are the life-saving artifacts? No idea, maybe we should check the other rings. Hey, wait. Stella dashed forward as she saw a black root approaching Theron's corpse. Bending down, she fumbled for the corpse's hand as the black root went down the dead man's throat. I need to retrieve the rings before ash melts them. Egg, where is it? Not on this hand, it must be on the other. Stella reached over and slid the silver ring off Theron's cold finger. Aha! Stella's triumph was short-lived as a feeling of death chi overcame her. Her body instinctively fled the inevitable death by jumping back and drawing her sword. As the feeling of looming death faded, Stella's body relaxed. She knew that the black root meant that Ashlock was raising the corpse as an ent, and they had even just been talking about it, but that death chi was no joke and still sent a shiver down her spine. Diana, Elaine, and Douglas also slowly lowered their swords. What was that? Elaine asked. The power of an immortal, Douglas grinned as he deposited his sword in his spatial ring. Just wait and see. Elaine hesitantly nodded and kept her eyes on the shuddering corpse. Stella took a few more steps back while clutching Theron's silver spatial ring as a white marble-textured tree bloomed from his stomach, pushing the other corpses aside as it rose. The tree kept growing upwards and outwards until it reached around Titus's waist. The relatively tall but very thick tree then began to split apart as limbs appeared, and it took on a humanoid shape. However, unlike Titus, who had a hunched back and canopy of scarlet leaves growing from branches, this new ent was very human-like, with a head of white leaf hair that rustled in the breeze. The new ent's empty eye sockets began to glow a heavenly gold as a sudden pressure descended on everyone. Stella managed to pulse her star core to fill her muscles with chi to stay standing, but the others were forced to one knee as the new titan glared down at them with glowing eyes. Stella hated how the ent looked down on her. It was as if Theron had been morphed into a 10-meter-tall marble statue of wood, and it creeped her out. The ent raised its right hand to the sky, and Stella felt the world darken as the sun was blocked out by a suddenly formed storm cloud that blanketed Red Vine Peak. Lightning flashed through the swirling cloud overhead, and thunder roared in Stella's ears. The world then briefly went white as the ent caught a giant lightning bolt like a spear and turned its body to face the wilderness. Pulling back its arm, it hurled the lightning bolt in between two demonic trees, briefly tearing a hole through the wall of mist surrounding Red Vine Peak. Wow, Elaine muttered, and Stella had to agree as she saw the bolt smash into a distant hill, obliterating it. Ashlock finally had artillery in the form of a lightning bolt-throwing marble statue that was actually wood, but it didn't come cheap. You greedy bastard, Ashlock cursed at Theron as he felt his star core strain under the chi demands from the lightning-throwing ent. Part of the chi strain was his fault, as his star core had been totally drained upon his ascension to the 4th stage, so maybe testing his new ent while so low on chi was a bad idea, but still. He hadn't expected a single lightning bolt to deplete him of all he had left. Pulling on his vast root network, Ashlock borrowed a bit of chi from his thousands of offspring to help fill in the deficit, as being totally out of chi was far too dangerous. Feeling a little better as his star core began refilling with chi, he focused on his latest creation, Theron the Ent. I suppose this proves the theory that the affinity type and general appearance of the corpse can influence the kind of ent the skill creates. Ashlock mused. Theron has retained his strange marble-like skin and lightning affinity. Unlike the worm corpse that had turned into Titus that didn't retain a worm-like shape nor the earth affinity. On the topic of affinities, Ashlock found he could still charge up Theron with his chi, but he had to convert it into untamed chi first, which was part of why the attack had been so expensive. It reminded Ashlock of the days when he had to take in the chaotic untamed chi from outside and forcefully convert it into spatial chi through his small soul core. So ents with the same affinity as me are easier to power up and maintain compared to those from other affinities. Ashlock's spiritual gaze drifted to Lilian's corpse and wondered if he could even sustain having a void affinity ent alongside a lightning one. How much untamed chi would be needed to create void chi? Ashlock's star core shuddered at the thought. Should be fine. They are both star core, so I can leave them in standby mode without worrying about them degrading like Titus. He can stand there all day and not move, but if I want to command him around, I need to charge him up with some spatial chi first. Ashlock looked back at his newest star core ent, Theron. I believe keeping the name Theron could get confusing. How about something easy like Zeus? It practically looks like a moving statue of Zeus, so it's more fitting. It also helped remove the memory of Theron from his mind. He didn't hate the guy quite as much as Stella clearly did, but his name still brought up memories that irked him. To call such a magnificent ent after such a disgusting human didn't sit right with him. Stella, I have decided that the ent's name shall be Zeus. Ashlock spoke into Stella's mind as the clouds overhead scattered and the courtyard was once again bathed in the early morning sun. Zeus. I like it. Anything is better than Theron, Stella replied while shuddering. She then shared the name with the others, and they seemed to also like it. Does the name Zeus mean anything? Ashlock asked Stella. In his old world, Zeus had been a Greek god well known for lightning and other questionable deeds, but it would be awkward if it meant something else in this new world he found himself in. Not that I know of, Stella replied with a shrug. Perfect, I will raise Lilian into an ent next, Ashlock said as he pulled on as much chi from his offspring and surroundings as he could, refilling his star core to what he believed to be a safe level after a while. Feeling prepared, Ashlock activated Necroflora Sovereign as everyone on the mountain peak braced themselves for the inevitable pulse of death chi. The root emerged from the ground and entered Lilian's mouth. I really hope Lilian turns out shorter than the others, Ashlock sighed. Titus and Zeus are so large to the point they are impractical as they are way too easy to see. Couldn't I get one that's closer to human-sized for once? Ashlock suddenly felt a pull on his star core as chi was dragged down the root in Lilian's throat. What's going on? Ashlock began to panic and pulled harder on his root network to fight the rapid chi drain from his star core. The mountain began to tremble and glow as chi rushed through the rock into Ashlock's rapidly depleting star core. What the fuck? Ashlock screamed in anguish as he felt his body begin to wither as chi was sucked from his bark due to his star core being empty. Stella, I need help, Ashlock asked with urgency. Transfer me some of your spatial chi. The technique didn't require any before, and now it's suddenly draining me and I am dying. Upon his words, Stella practically threw herself to the ground and began pumping spatial chi into the chi-gathering formation. Her blonde hair floated above her head as the air around her began to warp and crack. Everyone else also followed Stella's lead despite not being told what to do and began pumping their own chi reserves into the formation without reservation. Titus, you too. Ashlock commanded the towering ent, empty your reserves into the formation and then go to sleep. The mountain peak shuddered as Titus collapsed to one knee and pressed his two hands of twisted wood onto the formation. Ashlock heard through the root network a wave of fear alongside a flood of support from his offspring. Without holding back, all his thousands of offspring diverted all the chi they had toward him, making the entire mountain range glow with power. Just how much chi is this taking from me? Ashlock cursed at the root in Lilian's mouth that was glowing with so much chi that it was hard to look at. It better be creating me a monster with all this chi. He still had no idea why his SS-grade Necroflora Sovereign skill was suddenly demanding a ridiculous amount of chi when it had previously cost him nothing and simply used the chi that was left over in the corpse to create the ent. After an eternity, a thin tree sprouted from Lilian's corpse. It was void black, and its very existence seemed to defy reality as much as a black hole. Similar to light being unable to escape a black hole's gravity, no chi was emitted by this thin void tree. It then stopped growing at around 2 meters tall, and instead of branches, weird deer antlers sprouted from its head while a black animal skull formed as the face. It then split down the middle as spindly limbs formed, ending in claws. This is something out of a nightmare, Ashlock muttered as the drain on his chi reserves finally ceased and he was freed from death. Everyone in the courtyard was on their asses, breathing heavily and staring at the abomination they had helped create. Tree, are you alright now? Stella gasped aloud as she collapsed on her back. Just about, thanks to you and everyone else. Ashlock took a moment to let his body and mind recover from the near-death experience he had somehow caused. The apparent source of the issue had been his SS-grade skill, but why? What had he done differently to cause such a situation? He pondered for a while as his body slowly recovered and his barren star core refilled, but he couldn't put his non-existent finger on the cause. There were a few theories, and he felt the most likely was because he was dealing with void chi. Whatever. At least the ent is shorter than Titus and Zeus. Wait. Ashlock had a sudden realization that the ent was short. Why? Because he had asked for it. When using the skill, he wished the ent would be shorter, and that is when the chi drain began. So that meant he could alter features of the ent at a significant cost. A cost so great it almost killed him. Although if my star core was filled, it would have been less disastrous, Ashlock sighed. The damage was done. He had likely wasted weeks, if not months, of his offspring and sect members' cultivation. Even now Ashlock was still recovering, and seeing everyone else's state, he decided to wait a few hours before doing anything else. As the sun reached its zenith in the blue sky, Ashlock finally felt it was time to proceed with his plans for the day. Before him stood 3 ents. Titus loomed over everything and matched Ashlock in height at 20 meters. His black wood and scarlet leaves made him look like a humanoid version of Ashlock, and he even had spatial chi. Beside Titus was Zeus, an ent resembling a marble statue of the Greek god with a head of white leaves. Although he wasn't quite as towering as Titus, he still had a dominant presence with his glowing golden eyes. But both couldn't compare to the ent created from 4th stage star core elder Lilian Voidmind's corpse that resembled a weird Wendigo made from the void. After a few hours of meditation, Stella had recovered and now stood before the lineup that dominated the mountain peak. "What are you going to call her?" Stella asked. "Lilian works, but I feel we might as well rename them all to avoid any issues in the future." "What issues?" Ashlock asked. He had some ideas but wanted to ensure they were on the same page. "Well, the void element is rather rare, and if I shouted to this ent and called it Lilian, I can see someone connecting the dots," Stella shrugged, "or I am being overly paranoid." "No, that's fair." Ashlock hummed and thought. What would be a fitting name? His gaze drifted to Zeus, and then Ashlock realized he was growing on the peak of the tallest mountain in the land. Wasn't this somewhat similar to Mount Olympus? "Well, since I have a running theme going already, I might as well commit to it," Ashlock mused as he ran through the list of legends from his previous world. There were many gods of destruction, chaos, and death to pick from. Oh. What about Chaos? The primordial deity known as the guardian of the abyss and the goddess of the void? Seems rather fitting. Ashlock felt rather presumptuous by giving such a legendary name to something he had created, as that insinuated he was above a primordial deity, but maybe he would be one day. "Stella, what do you think about Chaos?" "It fits perfectly," Stella smiled and then glanced at the final corpse remaining. "What about Roderick? Are you going to eat him?" "I could, but I want an ent with Earth affinity to help Douglas with all the reconstruction projects as he is overworked on his own," Ashlock said, "but it's annoying since Roderick isn't in the Star Core realm, so the ent made from his corpse will need constant chi from me to not degrade." "Oh, I see," Stella mused. "How much chi upkeep are we talking about?" "Not much, since he is a realm below me," Ashlock replied. It might actually be rather high since he has a different affinity to me." "And if you eat him, how much power will you gain?" Stella asked. "Not a lot. I hardly gain anything from those weaker than me," Ashlock replied. Of course, some chi and credits were never a bad thing, but if he had the option between another Earth cultivator or some credits, he would pick the former. Stella turned to Douglas, who was resting against a tree near Elaine, who was cultivating, and shouted, "Hey Douglas, do you need help on your construction projects?" Douglas was jolted out of his rest and seemed confused. "What? Am I being replaced?" "No, you idiot." Stella kicked the crushed corpse of Roderick that lay face down on the red-dyed stone. "Ash is thinking of turning this corpse into an ent that can help you. Do you need it?" Douglas heaved himself up off the tree and walked over while scratching his neck. "I don't really understand, but I could always do with some help. Thanks to the mystic realm, my cultivation advanced, but I am still leagues behind the rest of you, and my growth is stunted because I have to expend all my chi on construction all the time." Ashlock hadn't thought about that. He knew that doing anything with chi involved expending the chi you had saved up in your core. But he had never connected the dots that the more he demanded from Douglas, the more time the poor man spent cultivating just to have enough chi to continue working. "Okay, now I feel terrible." Ashlock focused on the smashed-up corpse and knew he would turn it into an ent and let Douglas command it. That way, Douglas could use his knowledge to continue construction but utilize Ashlock's chi rather than his own. However, the question was, should he try and alter Roderick's appearance like he had for Chaos? If so, he would consult Douglas on what he wanted the ant to look like and then make darn well sure his star core was mostly full before he tried to play God again. Sometimes, he wondered if the heavens were laughing at him. Chapter 171, Dark Humor. Ashlock stirred awake as the sun crested the distant mountain range and bathed his bark in warm sunlight. As his spiritual sight lazily expanded to encompass the courtyard, there was an all-too-familiar system notification. Idolatry Daily Sign in System. Day, 3533. Daily Credit, 6. Sacrifice Credit, 339. Sign in. Over 300 credits? Ashlock murmured as he finally woke. Oh yeah, I ate Cassandra yesterday. That makes sense. Dismissing the notification as he had no plans to sign in with only enough for a guaranteed B-grade draw, he checked on his star core. After yesterday's events, he waited a whole night to recharge some chi and allow everyone to recover. Half full should be good enough to raise Roderick as an ent. Ashlock swore this would be his last significant chi expenditure for a while. After this, his only costs should be growing some plants for alchemy and expanding his roots toward Slimer in anticipation of the war. Glancing around the mountain peak, Ashlock caught sight of everyone except for Stella. Where is she? Ashlock's vision blurred as he checked on the cavern below and found Stella standing over the cauldron fruit with a line of freshly made Mind Fortress pills on the earthen bowl's rim. Thank you, Stella, these will help a lot, Ashlock said within her mind once he noticed she had finished her work. The girl was briefly spooked by the sudden voice in her head but soon calmed down. Don't scare me like that. Stella grumbled but then smiled. I made these for everyone. I think they should all have the pleasure of hearing your heavenly voice. The sarcasm is practically dripping from every word, Ashlock noted. Stella shrugged and withdrew her soul fire from the cauldron. Her silver spatial ring then flashed and absorbed the many Mind Fortress pills. Since when did you have so many silver spatial rings? Ashlock asked as he noticed that many of Stella's fingers were adorning silver rings. Oh, these? I looted them from the corpses, Stella replied. I broke the seal on them overnight after much effort. Cassandra and Theron had a lot of money we could use, Lilian had almost nothing but some void crystal things I am planning to give Elaine, and Roderick's ring was just sad with how dirt poor its contents were. Ashlock had totally forgotten about the rings these cultivators wore, so he was glad Stella had the foresight to loot them off their fingers before he devoured them. Make sure to share some of that money with the others, Ashlock pointed out. Everyone helped that day and deserves to be rewarded for their efforts. Stella nodded. I plan to. I will also stop by the White Stone Palace and give some to Redclaws, as I am sure they will need the spirit stones and crowns to hire all those people you asked for. Good idea. Ashlock was proud that Stella was starting to think more about those around her. Stella snapped her finger, and a portal manifested. Stepping though, she appeared thousands of meters away on the mountain peak. Walking around, she woke up the sleeping or cultivating sect members and gave them a lump of money alongside a few freshly made Mind Fortress pills. Diana eyed the pills with unease and didn't seem to care much for the money. Elaine was ecstatic to learn she would be able to hear my voice and also seemed happy with the weird void crystals. Douglas was naturally the most excited for the cash and eyed the pills suspiciously. You aren't trying to poison me, are you? Douglas asked Stella with narrowed eyes. Stella just snorted. I could slap you out of existence. Why would I bother poisoning you? Just eat it and go speak to Ash. Fair, Douglas sighed as he swallowed the pill and walked over to stand before Ashlock. His face was terribly serious, which made sense. He was about to receive the words of a supposed immortal and even needed a specially crafted pill so his mind didn't break from hearing the words. Hello, Douglas, Ashlock said calmly as his presence slammed into the man's mind. Holy fuck, Douglas stumbled back and glanced around as if something was going to jump out and eat him. What is with this weird white fog all of a sudden, and why do you sound like 100 people at once? Douglas then controlled himself and replied mentally, I apologize for my careless words, immortal. Please ignore me. Relax, I just wanted to ask what type of ent you want, Ashlock chuckled. Do you want a large one like Titus? Or one on the smaller side, like Chaos? Would a certain shape work better, or is a humanoid fine? Douglas seemed anything but relaxed as he hesitantly answered, Earth Chi works best with a large surface area. So if the ant could have large hands or feet, that would be ideal. Also, it should be around the height of cows or me. Any taller and it may struggle to get through man-made tunnels. Ashlock was glad he had asked for Douglas's insight before proceeding, as he hadn't known that Earth Chi benefits from more surface area. Maybe that is why that giant earthworm was so large? Usually, size has many downsides, but it makes sense if it allows the worm to utilize Earth Chi better. His gaze drifted to the smashed-up corpse of Roderick. How much could he change the corpse? Clearly, his Necroflora sovereign skill utilized the corpse's DNA or something to influence the end it creates, and changing that for Lilian had cost an absurd amount of chi. Would a turtle with large feet work? I'm not sure how close I can get, but I can try. Yes. Douglas shouted with a little too much enthusiasm. I would be grateful if you could make the ant look like a turtle. Ashlock was a little taken aback. Is that a tear in his eye? Why is he getting so emotional over a turtle? Deciding it was better not to ask, Ashlock went ahead with his plan. Douglas, tell everyone to get ready. I am going to create the third and final ant now. Ashlock warned. Activating Necroflora Sovereign for the last time today, a familiar black root emerged from the stone and forced its way down Roderick's slit throat to deposit the seed. I wish for a hunched back shell and 4 large flat-footed limbs, Ashlock said while picturing a turtle in his mind. A moment passed, and he suddenly felt that all too familiar pull on his star core, as if the plug had been removed and was draining out through the black root into the seed. Ashlock grew nervous as his star core nearly emptied of all the chi he had gathered through yesterday afternoon and last night. Luckily, as he was about to start pulling on his network again or ask Stella to dump more chi into the chi-gathering formation, there was a pulse of death chi as a tree began to sprout from the smashed-up corpse. The thick beige-colored tree grew to around a meter tall before it began to curve in on itself and grow back toward the ground. Then a resounding crack echoed throughout the mountain peak as a giant maw formed, and the tree split down the middle, creating 4 thick turtle-like limbs. Much like cows, this creation was an abomination. It had no apparent eyes, yet it had human-like hair in the form of black vines. It was hunched like a turtle, but looked more like an old man with serious back problems. Roderick's human appearance had clearly battled with Ashlock's desire to create a turtle. Well, that confirmed I can alter the appearance of an ant, but even for such a large amount of chi, I was unable to fully change the species of the corpse, Ashlock mused. Overall, he was happy with the creation, even if it looked cursed. What do you think? Ashlock asked Douglas, and the man awkwardly scratched the back of his neck while shuddering. I like it. Ashlock did not buy his answer, but there wasn't much more he could do at this point, so he decided to just roll with it. Now to determine a name. Gaia does not match the abomination before me, and Terra would get confused with the Terraforge family. What if I switched pantheons to Egyptian and went with Jeb, the god of the earth? He contemplated other names like Tellus, Adonis, Demeter, Ceres, and Jord. Nevertheless, he felt the word Jeb matched the weird turtle abomination he had accidentally brought into this world the best. He will be called Jeb, Ashlock informed Douglas, and he will follow your orders from now on. All you have to do is bring him back to me or one of my offspring at least once a month to stave off the decay. Ashlock then connected mentally with Jeb. Follow this human's orders. The turtle uttered a strange cry that sounded like splintering wood as it turned to face Douglas, who took a few steps back. Sit. Douglas stammered as he raised a hand. The chunky turtle shook the ground as it rolled back onto its hind legs and awkwardly sat. The two stared at each other momentarily, and then Douglas grinned, tried to nibble some of Stella's hair. Stella had been half distracted and yelped when Jeb turned around and tried to bite the hair on her shoulder. Reflexively she slapped the creepy wooden turtle away, caving in its face in a shower of wood and sending the ant tumbling back a few meters. The color drained from Douglas's face as the seriousness of his little prank set in. Immortal, I am terribly sorry about my foolish actions. I will repent by working 10 days straight. A root emerged from the ground and plugged into the ant. Chi rushed into Jeb's body, and the wood that made up its body began to regrow. Don't worry about it, Ashlock chuckled. It's not me you should be scared about. Douglas gulped as he met eyes with an angered Stella. The wind roared in Douglas's ears, and the blood rushed to his head as he dangled upside down. The only thing stopping him from plummeting a kilometer through the air to the lush meadow below was a hand clasped around his ankle. Straining his neck to glance up, he saw Stella smirking at him through the wobbling portal. He could punch the portal and survive the fall, but he knew escape from this woman was hopeless. She was a spatial cultivator able to cross thousands of meters with a snap of her fingers. What made the whole situation even worse was the person currently messing with him, Stella. She was so unhinged that it was hard to tell when she was just messing around or genuinely trying to kill him. "Stella, I'm sorry for asking Jeb to nibble your hair," he shouted for the 10th time. He wasn't actually sorry, but anything to make her stop dangling him mid-air through a portal was a win in his book. Douglas knew Stella couldn't hear him through the portal and that his shouting was useless, but maybe the immortal would pity him and save his condemned soul from this psycho. "Am I to spend eternity here? When will Stella's vendetta fade?" Douglas frowned. He wasn't sure if it would ever fade. He saw how she slit Roderick's throat despite already being half dead. That girl has no idea how to let a grudge go. "I really fucked up, didn't I?" When all hope seemed lost, he brightened up when Elaine came into view through the portal. She spoke with Stella as she looked at him, and he could see them conversing about something. "Save me, Elaine," Douglas begged with his eyes. "She's crazy. Why are you laughing with her?" He then saw Stella poke her head through the portal and grin at him. "Elaine says I should drop you. What do you think?" Douglas wasn't sure how to feel. On the one hand, that would save him from Stella's clutches, but it was also a rather far drop and wasn't likely to be painless. Stella swung his body side to side. "What if I just killed you right now? Do you think Elaine would be mad at me?" Douglas felt his heart turn cold as he looked into Stella's crazed eyes. Unsure what to say, he opened and closed his mouth a few times, but no words came out. She wasn't wrong, she could kill him. But didn't they have a deeper connection than that? Suddenly he felt Stella pull hard on his ankle, his ears popped as the pressure changed, and he found himself back on Red Vine Peak. "Only joking," Stella giggled as she patted him on the shoulder to stabilize him from stumbling face first and then walked away toward the bench under Ashlock's shade with a carefree stride. Douglas just stood there for a moment, stunned. What the hell had just happened? "Stella, that wasn't very nice," Ashlock scolded the blonde girl as she lay slothfully on his bench. "Not everyone understands your dark humor." "What do you mean?" "I was just messing with the guy," Stella replied mentally with her eyes and mouth shut. In moments like these, Ashlock was reminded that Stella had a slightly different worldview than the others. To her, threatening death was a funny joke. "Stella, don't retaliate that harshly again." "It was just a joke," Ashlock explained. "Fine," Stella replied, "I won't dangle Douglas through portals again." All Ashlock could do was sigh. A while passed and with the mountain peak calming down, Ashlock decided to give Douglas and Jeb a job as the new rogue alchemists, and Cain Crest had nowhere to work within the White Stone Palace. Neither the Ravenborn, Winterwrath, or Evergreen families had been into alchemy, so the White Stone Palace lacked a proper alchemy lab. "Douglas, take Jeb over to the other mountain peak and create a cavern within the mountain just below the White Stone Palace for a new alchemy lab," Ashlock explained. "I need a place for the new alchemists to work that won't get in the way of us." The last thing he wanted was for Red Vine Peak to become overpopulated with people he didn't know. Best to keep them all sectioned off over on the other peak and let the Redclaws handle annoying matters. "Alright, I can do that," Douglas motioned for Jeb to follow him, and the weird wood turtle tottered over. Ashlock created a portal that led to the other mountain's base to shorten their travel time, and Douglas left with a short appreciative bow. With him gone, it was time for Ashlock to expand his roots westward toward Slimer. Chapter 172, Getting Down to Business. Stella opened her eyes as her consciousness withdrew from deep meditation and returned to the real world. As the constant buzz of heaven's whispers faded, she heard the early morning chorus of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the autumn wind playing with her unkempt hair. Puffing the blonde strands of hair out of her face, Stella yawned and then stretched her back in a vain attempt to remove the stiffness from many hours of meditation. "Ugh, I hate meditation," Stella lamented as she stretched her legs to the end of the wooden bench. "How does everyone else sit for days while listening to heaven's whispers? It's exhausting." The honest answer was that they had no other choice, and she had also been like that in the past. They could either ponder the secrets of heaven or succumb to the deathly grip of time. It was either cultivation or death. But ever since Ash had gotten strong to the point he could open pocket dimensions overflowing with chi and give her such overpowered cultivation resources, Stella felt that cultivating on the mountain peak was a waste of time. In fact, she wouldn't have even bothered cultivating overnight if not for the fact she had been completely drained of chi yesterday. Her gaze drifted to the culprit, a 2-meter-tall humanoid creature that seemed to erase existence around it. Although Cows was motionless like the other two ints and all the trees encircling the mountain peak, she could tell from a glance that Cows could kill her before she could even react. That thing was an apex predator, and she had contributed to its creation, which was an odd thought. Stella sighed. It had been a few days since the tournament, and although so much had happened since then with the ints, she still felt restless. Cultivation is so dull. There has to be something better I can do with my time. Glancing around the rest of the mountain peak, she spotted Diana busy cultivating. Since the black-haired girl was still in the soul fire realm, she didn't have a star core within her passively generating chi, so she needed to cultivate back the chi she had spent on assisting the creation of cows. It's fine. Diana will reach the star core realm from the next round in the mystic realm. I wonder if her bloodline will evolve even further once she reaches the next realm. Stella laid her head against Ash's bark and wondered how to further unlock her bloodline. It seemed to be one she couldn't activate whenever she wished, but she could tell it was still there. The power of a ruler. What that entailed, she still didn't know. What did it mean to rule? Tree, are you there? Stella murmured aloud. The sun had just crested the horizon, so she wouldn't be surprised if he was just waking up. Morning, Stella, Ash spoke in her mind. What's the matter? Got anything for me to do today? Stella asked while tying her hair back. Let me see. Stella felt Ash's focus shift to somewhere else. A few minutes passed, which Stella spent plucking fruit from Ashlock's branches with telekinesis. She had eaten quite a few fruit during her night of meditation and almost felt like it was cheating. The amount of chi she had spent trying to keep Ash alive yesterday should have taken her weeks, if not months, to recover. But with the mountain peak being so dense in high-quality spatial chi, her spirit roots being so pure, and with the help of Ash's overpowered fruit, she could recover a third of her chi reserves after half a day and night. Ashlock's presence returned with good news. I do have a job for you, but can you wait until midday? Sure. Stella stood up from the bench. Oh, by the way, Tree, when can we next enter the mystic realm? Let me see. It next opens on day 3552, so in 18 days, Ash replied. Stella furrowed her brows. Day 3552. What do you mean? There was a long pause before Ash replied. I have an internal biological clock that helps me keep track of everything since the day I sprouted. I can summon the mystic realm every 30 days, and it has been 12 since it was last open. Does that mean you have a birthday? Stella wondered. He should know his exact birthday if he had a biological clock. A birthday? Well, I don't know today's exact date, but if we assume right now, it's September by the weather. Ashlock mused, then I guess my birthday would be early January. Not too far away. Stella grinned. I should try and become a master alchemist by his birthday so I can make him the best present ever. He has given me so many things over the years that I should return the favor sometime. When is your birthday? Stella's grin turned to a frown. When was her birthday? She couldn't even remember the last time it was celebrated. Did she even have one? I have no idea. Stella's shoulders sagged. She didn't even have anyone to ask except maybe the bastard patriarch who wanted to turn her into a pill furnace. All her family were dead as far as she knew, and she had never entered high society and socialized, so she had no friends to ask either. Why don't we share a birthday then? Ash offered. Stella nodded as she felt warmth in her heart. I'd like that. Perfect, we will have a grand celebration in January, Ash said. You deserve it. Stella didn't want to start crying, so she hummed in agreement while summoning a portal to the cavern. If she had to wait until midday for this activity, she might as well busy herself with alchemy. I wonder what other pills I could make from Ash's fruit. Ashlock spent the rest of the morning watching Douglas and Jeb carve out an enormous cavern just below the white stone palace. Spiraling up the massive pillars of gray stone that kept the ceiling from collapsing were many platforms. Some had dirt and were likely there for Ashlock to grow plants, while the others were clearly there for alchemy as they had stonework benches. Bridges and slopes connected all the platforms, making the giant cavern easily traversable. It had taken the pair a day and a night working together to create this vast space that was around 3 times the size of the cavern below Red Vine Peak in both width and depth. Ashlock watched as Jeb walked in a straight line, his feet turning the hard stone below him soft, which Douglas then molded. Basically, Jeb was doing the grunt work, while Douglas did the more intricate part that required far less chi to do. "Jeb, stop," Douglas said as he rested against one of the massive pillars. "We are done here. I am totally out of chi." "You did a good job," Ashlock said after activating Abyssal Whispers and targeting Douglas's weary mind. Douglas scrambled away from the pillar, and his eyes darted around the pitch-black cavern that was only lit by his flickering earth and soul fire. "Immortal? Is that you?" he hesitantly asked the ceiling while raising his fists. "Yes, it's me." "You aren't under attack," Ashlock said. "I will portal you out of there and then send Stella to talk with the Red Claws." With that, he withdrew his presence so poor Douglas didn't have a heart attack and opened a portal for them. Stumbling through the darkness with hesitant steps, Douglas eventually made it through the portal after gesturing for Jeb to go through first. Once back on Red Vine Peak, Douglas shielded his eyes from the glaring sun with a relieved expression. "Have fun," Stella asked Douglas, and the man flinched at her voice. "Mistress Stella," Douglas said with unnatural respect as he sat down against one of the demonic trees and closed his eyes under the shade. "If I call digging out a cavern for 18 hours straight fun, then I would be lying. Without Jeb's help, I would have died." Stella pouted. "Are you still angry at me for dangling you through a portal?" "It was just a bit of fun. I would never dare hold a grudge against you, Stella," Douglas said without opening his eyes. Stella didn't seem to know how to reply or apologize, so Ashlock gave her a way out by making her a portal to the White Stone Palace. "It's time to go speak with the Redclaw Grand Elder." "Okay," Stella mentally replied, walking through the portal while glancing at Douglas one last time. The Redclaw Grand Elder was surprised when the door to his study opened, and Stella walked in. "Greetings, Grand Elder," Stella said with a smile. "Stella, to what do I owe the pleasure?" he replied while rising from his seat and gesturing to the one opposite him. "Please have a seat." "I come on behalf of the Immortal," Stella replied while graciously sitting. One of her many silver spatial rings flashed with power, and a porcelain pill bottle appeared in her hands. "These are?" the Grand Elder asked after being handed the bottle. "Mind Fortress pills. They are to be taken when receiving the Immortal's words," Stella explained. "Elder Margaret and others have already heard the Immortal's words, and you may have noticed that without this pill to protect the mind, it's a rather terrifying affair." The Grand Elder nodded. "I did notice that. Does this mean the Immortal wishes to speak to me?" Stella nodded. "Yeah, so take 1 or maybe 2 of the pills and brace yourself." The Grand Elder nodded seriously as he popped the plug on the bottle. A soothing fragrance tickled his nose as he tilted the bottle and deposited a single pill in his palm. "I will only take 1 as they seem precious, and if I have to take 2, they may see me as weak." He popped the single pill into his mouth and noticed a trace of flavor from the Mind Fortress fruit he had eaten in the Mystic Realm to compete for the Spirit Forge Master's inheritance. So they are making pills out of the tree's fruits. When will they start making pills out of those truffles that granted miraculous effects? The Grand Elder felt a soothing chill wash over his mind as he fully absorbed the effects of the pill. Letting out a breath and feeling mentally relaxed, he nodded to Stella. "I'm ready to receive his words." Stella smiled and snapped her fingers, making a head-sized portal appear right before the Grand Elder's face. "This is?" he asked. "Just stick your head through," Stella replied. The Grand Elder eyed the wobbling portal, but all he could see through it was the black bark of the giant demonic tree on Red Vine Peak. "They aren't going to decapitate me and tell me to meet the Immortal in hell, are they?" With a sigh, the Grand Elder leaned forward and stuck his head through. Immediately he felt an immense presence penetrate his mental defenses and overtake his consciousness, forcing him to reel back in his chair. The portal then snapped closed as a white fog appeared at the edges of his mind. Before he knew it, he began hallucinating floating eyes. Just when he thought it couldn't get any more bizarre, a twisted black tree rapidly grew on his desk between him and Stella, causing him to almost fall out of his chair in shock. "Hello, Grand Elder," a chorus of 100 voices echoed in his mind, but he resisted by shaking his head and straightening his back. He was the Grand Elder of the Great Redclaw family. He had fought endless wars across centuries. What was this pressure within his mind in comparison? Immortal, it is a great honor to finally hear your voice, the Grand Elder replied as respectfully as possible. I am using telepathy on both of you, so speak aloud, the many voices of the Immortal commanded. Understood, the Grand Elder replied aloud as he glanced at Stella past the imaginary twisted black tree that now dominated much of his desk. Now, on to business. With war on the horizon and the other families now suspicious of our power, I believe it's time for the Ashfallen sect to begin emerging from the shadows while still under the shade of House Redclaw and Silver Spire, the Immortal said. With the tournament now out of the way, it's about time we redefine the Ashfallen sect. Redefine? The Grand Elder massaged his temples and debated taking a second pill. There were now weird flashing colors of red in his vision and other shifting shadows between the study's bookcases that were unnerving him. Yes, it's time for us to scale up operations, which requires a restructuring so everyone is clear about their roles. The Immortal explained, from now on, Red Vine Peak will be home to the Ashfallen sect's Grand Elders. The cavern below and the surrounding area will be for the exclusive use of those from the Ashfallen sect. Does that mean I lose my Grand Elder status? No, the Redclaws, for now, will remain as a subsidiary family under our rule. That means you have a level of independence so long as you abide by our rules and requests, the Immortal continued. Your main task going forward will be mass recruitment of new cultivators and managing and protecting the new alchemists that will mass produce pills for us in the cavern below this palace. Does that mean you accept Cain as your crest to work for you? The Grand Elder asked. Yes, the Immortal replied, I will leave the new cavern under Elder Margaret's management, including Cain. What are your plans for this influx of new cultivators? The Grand Elder wondered as he leaned back in his chair. Nurture them all into alchemists. I only ask so I can plan how I go about recruiting them. When our pills hit the market, there is a chance of retaliation. So, some will be raised into future guardians to defend the sect. Others will be nurtured into alchemists as you suggested, and the final group will be tasked with going out into the wilderness to collect ingredients like dragon marrow and bring back corpses. Corpses? Why would he need so many corpses? The Grand Elder decided it was best not to ask sensitive questions as Stella had hardly reacted. How do you plan to raise these new cultivators? Do you want us to handle their education and nurture them? The Grand Elder asked. For the most part, yes, the Immortal replied after a moment of thought. I will try to create groves of various affinities across the mountain range for them, and I will naturally provide pills to speed up their cultivation. Those who show great talent and drive might be able to join the Ashfallen sect after reciting an oath as you all did. After that, they will be given access to the mystic realm, and maybe we can even have Elder Mo make them spirit weapons. I see, so the White Stone Palace will serve as the outer disciple peak and then Red Vine Peak will be for inner disciples. The Grand Elder mused while stroking his chin. I can see this working out great. I will start a recruitment drive right after this meeting. I will also need to hire more servants to care for this palace if it has hundreds of cultivators living here. Stella's spatial ring flashed, and she dumped a literal mountain of spirit stones and crowns on the desk before him. Courtesy of the Skyen family, Stella grinned. Use these funds for whatever you deem necessary. Thank you. I will use them well. The Grand Elder waved his hand and the pile disappeared. He tried to hold back, but he was beyond excited. How would the other noble families react in a few years? With the desk clear, the Grand Elder was broken from his trail of thought when he noticed an envelope he had on his desk that he had forgotten about due to the sudden arrival of Stella. Leaning forward, he pushed it across to the girl. This was addressed to Rosalind. I received it an hour ago and was about to send someone to hand it to you before you arrived, the Grand Elder said while leaning back. Stella floated the envelope with telekinesis and sliced it open with a black dagger. Pulling the letter free, she read it in silence, and as she reached the end, she was grinning. The Grand Elder couldn't hold back his curiosity. What is it? Stella glanced up. It's from Knox, one of the merchants. After seeing my performance at the tournament, she wants to meet with me in a week to discuss the possibility of conducting business. Well, we better get to work then. We got some new pills to create and a business relationship to form. The Immortal said, today marks the official founding of the Ashfallen Trading Company. Chapter 173, dark side. Ashlock concluded his conversation with the Redclaw Grand Elder and withdrew his presence from his mind to give the poor man some rest from his abyssal whispers. As an A-rank mental attack skill, the first time would always be rough even when prepared for and under the protection of the Mind Fortress pill. Luckily, now that he is marked, I can recast the skill on him so long as the Grand Elder is within the range of my roots. Ashlock mused. Abyssal Whispers had a limited cast radius within 100 meters of his trunk or one of his offspring if he used Progeny Dominion. That was why he had the Grand Elder stick his head through a portal leading to Red Vine Peak beside his trunk. This skill restriction is a real pain, Ashlock lamented. Why can't I just mind fuck anyone I want whenever I want? It was annoying, but there were plenty of ways around it. Other than using Progeny Dominion on a nearby demonic tree, he could always have Stella kidnap someone and drag them through a portal. Hell, he could do that himself by sending thorn-covered vines to grab people. Why am I starting to feel like an eldritch abomination? Ashlock sighed as he returned his attention to the study. He now felt a very faint back door to the Grand Elder's consciousness and knew he could shout within his mind whenever he wished. I will be on my way, Grand Elder, Stella said while rising from her seat. News of this meeting with the merchants in a week has motivated me to work on some new pills. Safe travels, Grand Elder Stella, the Redclaw Grand Elder said with some amusement. It was a pleasure to see you as always. Ashlock had to agree it was rather funny seeing a many-century-old warlord calling a 16-year-old girl a Grand Elder. Stella snorted, please don't call me that. It makes me feel old. What title would you prefer? The Grand Elder asked. Empress, no, wait. I am undeserving of that title, Stella said while looking at her hand. Just call me Stella. I don't need a title like that if it's you. Does she not want to be referred to as Empress until she unlocks her bloodline? Ashlock wondered. He had to agree that she didn't deserve such a title yet, but she would make a fine Empress of the Ashfallen sect once she matured and learned better social skills. What about Princess? The Grand Elder asked. That seemed more fitting. Stella matched the typical description of a spoiled princess, which was sort of his fault. Stella shrugged, or Mistress. Either is fine. Do you have a name I could refer to you as? I did hear Demetrios Skyrand refer to you by a name, but you didn't seem too thrilled about it. Magnus Redclaw. The Grand Elder's gaze turned slightly angry. It's a name I'd prefer to never hear again. Just calling me the Grand Elder of my family is fine. I see. Well, if you ever get another name, let me know, Stella said as she turned to leave. I'll stop by again sometime, Grand Elder. Feel free anytime. My doors are always open to you, Princess. The Grand Elder gave a short bow as Stella closed the door behind her. Ashlock then saw a long series of portals snap into existence across the mountain range between the trees and the blur of a blonde girl shooting through them toward Red Vine Peak. I guess Stella is returning to the cavern to start work on those pills, Ashlock mused. I should get to work too. With the meeting with the merchants in a week, there was much to prepare. They needed to decide what pills they were going to take to market, and he also needed to have the cavern below the White Stone Palace populated with cauldron plants and all the other alchemy ingredients, as he didn't want the alchemists to have any need to cross the extensive mountain range and pluck plants from the other cavern. It's important I draw the line early on, Ashlock mused as his vision blurred through the White Stone Palace in search of Elder Margaret. Red Vine Peak is for myself and those I trust, while the White Stone Palace is for the rest. Therefore its alchemy cavern must be fully independent and stocked with ingredients. While Ashlock went through the mostly empty corridors of the giant palace that the Redclaws hardly occupied even a single wing of, he returned to the study and saw the Grand Elder talking to Elder Brent in the doorway. Curious, Ashlock hung around a moment to listen in. The Grand Elder had secured the area with his fire chi as he repeated the meeting's content with Elder Brent. I see, Elder Brent said once the Grand Elder finished. It's finally time. Time for what? The Grand Elder asked. We had suspicions that the immortal was heavily injured within the mountain, right? The Grand Elder glanced around as if terrified there was someone watching, and after believing the coast was clear, he nodded. Indeed we did. Elder Brent stroked his chin. Haven't you noticed the immortal displaying more and more power recently? Just a few months ago, he had you learning an ancient language so he could write to you via telekinesis, and now he is speaking straight into your mind. I believe he is close to recovering, and when that happens, it's over for the Blood Lotus sect. It's just a matter of time. An interesting observation, the Grand Elder crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. And what do you make of these recent orders regarding the mass recruitment? Even when recovered, the immortal doesn't wish to emerge from closed-door meditation without allies. Elder Brent shrugged, and I don't blame him. Conquering an entire demonic sect seems an exhausting affair. Why should the immortal waste his precious chi on obliterating a load of ants when he can just use his vast alchemy resources to raise a powerful sect that can do his bidding for him? The Grand Elder fell into deep contemplation. Of course, I could be wrong. Elder Brent frowned. Whatever the truth, the immortal has shown us kindness that cannot be repaid in this lifetime, so we need to do our best to fulfill his wishes. The Grand Elder nodded with a slim smile. So you are fine to handle the recruitment of new cultivators and servants? Sure. If Elder Margaret has been assigned the alchemy cavern and Elder Mo is busy learning the art of smithing, it only makes sense that I busy myself. Elder Brent turned to leave. I'll go talk with the academy about us being a family accepting graduates. Then I will go and hire a load of servants. Take this. The Grand Elder chucked a silver spatial ring, and Elder Brent caught it effortlessly. Closing his eyes to check the contents, Elder Brent whistled in amazement. That's certainly the most money I have seen in a long time. This should be plenty to hire the best servants and even bribe the academy if needed. Do whatever is necessary to get the best people and avoid the cheaper criminals, the Grand Elder said seriously. And Elder Brent, maybe buy some art and furniture while you're out there? Most of the rooms in this place could use a redo if we are to have people living here. They will see us as poor with these blank walls. Elder Brent snorted as he left. I never was one to appreciate the style of the Winterwrath and Evergreen family. Ashlock found it amusing that they thought he was some crippled immortal stuck under a tree, but it wasn't that far off, so he felt no need to correct them. Continuing his search, he soon found Elder Margaret sitting in a room with the rogue alchemists, Cain and the twins Oliver and Olivia. Her usual stern expression had softened into a smile as she engaged in an in-depth conversation regarding alchemy with the others in the room. Ashlock waited for a lull in the intense discussion regarding their experiences at the alchemy tournament to reactivate his telepathy within Elder Margaret's consciousness with abyssal whispers. Greetings, Elder Margaret. Ashlock spoke within her mind, and the woman jolted up from her seat, silencing the room as they all looked at her in confusion. Hello, Senior. How may I be of help? Elder Margaret answered while closing her eyes, likely in an attempt to block out the horrors that had suddenly appeared. He knew she used the word senior to refer to him to avoid exposing his identity. Anything involving alchemy was a secret for now and had to be kept within the family until Ashlock had conquered the Blood Lotus sect. Tell Cain he has been accepted to work for us if he swears an oath of secrecy to the Redclaw family. Same for the others, except the twins. They are fine. Ashlock didn't want to bring these people to the Ashfallen sect or make them aware of the Ashfallen Trading Company just yet, and also didn't wish to force oaths of absolute loyalty on them. Although they would interact with unique ingredients, they were here to mass-produce the more common pills. Cain, I just received word from my senior that you have been accepted to work for us. Elder Margaret gave the teen a smile. Please say an oath of secrecy to our family regarding your work here, and I expect everyone else to as well. Nobody there had an issue since it was a standard oath of secrecy. Lead everyone to the vault room, Ashlock said after the oaths had been made one by one, and then quickly withdrew his presence to spare Elder Margaret's mind. The stern woman then led the group toward the vault room while answering Cain's questions. My senior is known as the Immortal. He is a man who rules above us and gives our family orders. It was due to him that we ran the alchemy tournament. I see. Cain fell into contemplation as he walked a step behind the elder. All will become clear soon enough, Elder Margaret reassured Cain and the 5 rogue alchemists also listening in, especially why we made you say an oath of secrecy. Turning the corner, the group walked past a sizable metal door covered in silvery lines, forming a runic formation that distributed physical and chi-based impacts throughout the metal. The giant door was left ajar, as nothing was in the vault except a large hole leading into the darkness below. The new alchemy cavern is down there? Oliver asked Elder Margaret, leaning closer. Why's it so dark? Ah shit, I got distracted, Ashlock cursed as he opened his production menus. They need some light. So glowing blue mushrooms are a cheap option. Ashlock had used these mushrooms to illuminate the Red Vine Peak cavern and the mine shafts. He could only grow mushrooms on his roots, but he had luckily spent the morning reinforcing the cavern while Douglas and Jeb worked, so his roots were everywhere. It also helped that he could request his offspring nearby to also spread their roots. Wow! Oliver exclaimed as the dark hole lit up with a blue hue, suddenly exposing a spiraling staircase leading down into an enormous cavern. What was that? Cain, is your crest? Asked Elder Margaret. The power of the immortal, Elder Margaret said as she took the first step down the staircase. Come on, follow me. Everyone gingerly followed Elder Margaret into the cavern's depths as Ashlock multitasked between his various production menus. First, I will grow the cauldron fruits on the platforms that lack soil near the top of each spiraling staircase. Ashlock selected the option and felt a small amount of chi drain from his soul and through the mountain. He was glad that Douglas had the foresight to make the alchemy platforms near the top, as it would give the workers the shortest route to the surface and they would only need to delve deeper into the cavern if they needed to gather ingredients. Ashlock ignored the alchemist's surprised shouts, and one almost fell off the staircase as giant black fruit sprouted from the nearest stone platform at an unfathomable speed. I'll put the chi-flowing grass on the next level down as it's needed in so many pills. What in the 9 realms is going on? A rogue alchemist that Ashlock believed was called Elaine cried out as multiple platforms across the cavern suddenly sprouted chi-flowing grass. This is just a fraction of the immortal's power, Elder Margaret said as she plucked a few stalks and handed them out. Check their purity too. Ashlock ignored the chorus of disbelief from the alchemists as he swept his gaze through the cavern, making sure to grow all the flowers he had unlocked. 9-star soulgrass, moonlight calla lily, heavenly bamboo, celestial peony petal, Ashlock murmured as the cavern became engulfed in his power and the hundreds of barren platforms began to sprout life. Dreamweaver orchids, starlight lotus, serene mist camellia, and just for good measure so the red claws can cultivate in here I will add some blaze serpent roses. Ashlock examined the cavern, now teeming with flora, and felt rather impressed with himself. There was still a long way to go, but recently he had amassed a sizable collection of flowers, and with the money he would soon make from selling pills, importing more flowers would be trivial. I would just sell the ingredients by themselves, but I think their purity will raise some suspicions, whereas, with a pill, people can chalk it up to a highly skilled alchemist. Ashlock mused, it also doesn't help that the only people that could afford my ingredients would be my competitors or arrogant noble families like the Skyens. Happy with the cavern, Ashlock looked around and located a few small dots that were likely people on one of the distant platforms. The cavern was simply that vast. Honing in on Elder Margaret, he spoke again in her mind. Have the alchemists practice using my cauldron fruits with the ingredients in here. I will return with more instructions on our plans moving forward in a few days. With that, Ashlock left the group of alchemists and returned to Red Vine Peak's cavern in search of Stella. Oh, Tree, you're back, Stella said as she glanced up from her cauldron and popped a mind fortress pill. How did you know? Ashlock asked her through telepathy. It's hard to explain, but I can feel when your attention is focused on me, Stella smiled. I assume you returned to talk about pills? Yes, we need to decide what pills we can make from my fruit and truffles that will sell best on the market. Ashlock opened up his skill list and was about to list out all of his fruit and truffle options when Stella asked something he hadn't expected. Tree, do you have any types of poison? Poison? What for? Ashlock asked. Well, if we are going to become an alchemist-focused sect, we should also dabble with the darker side of alchemy. Stella grinned as she raised her hands. In one hand, I could hold a pill that grants immortality, whereas, in the other, I have one that grants inevitable death. Isn't that the peak of alchemy? To rule over life and death. Why was he not surprised that Stella, of all people, would bring this topic up? But she had a point. If they were planning to become an alchemy-focused sect, wouldn't it be wise to weaponize it? I do have a poison, Ashlock answered as the ground cracked open and a root emerged next to Stella, one that turned someone into a tree. My cursed sap. That's perfect, Stella said as she approached the root, a fitting death for our foes. Chapter 174, Cursed Pill. Stella pressed the dagger's blade against Ash's black root. Tree, is this really the only way to extract your cursed sap? Stella asked. I don't want to hurt you. Stella, you want to make a poisonous pill that slowly turns a person to wood and eventually a tree from the inside. Yet you are worried about hurting my roots? I think your priorities are wrong here. Why wouldn't I be worried? I would hate to cause you pain, Stella replied, confused about how Ash could compare the suffering of her foes to her hurting him. Something this minor doesn't cause me pain, Ash chuckled. What does is having a mountain-sized worm devouring thousands of my roots in one bite. Now that was painful to the point I almost passed out. So it's really okay. Stella put more force on the dagger's hilt to see if he would react. Yes, Stella, I know you don't want to hurt me. You can go ahead. Stella pushed the blade deep into the root. Ow. Liar. Stella shouted as she withdrew the dagger and noticed a sheen of black liquid coating the blade. That was a joke. Ashlock said as if he were speaking through gritted teeth. Okay, maybe it wasn't, and it did hurt a bit. I forgot to withdraw my focus from that root. Idiot, Stella muttered as she shook her head and summoned a wooden bowl to collect the black liquid dripping from the dagger that looked weirdly similar to blood. So this is your cursed sap. Stella wiped off the dagger with a cloth and placed the wooden bowl containing a few droplets of black blood on the rim of the earthen bowl. Tell me more about it. Let's see. If ingested, my cursed sap will slowly turn the person into a tree, Ashlock explained. It's quite slow acting, takes around an hour or more, and I have only managed to test it once on the head librarian when he was stuck inside my soul. But he went supernova before I could see the results. Stella drummed her fingers on the earthen bowl. I see. But what about the worm? If all your roots have this cursed sap, shouldn't it have consumed large amounts of your cursed sap when it tunneled through the mountain? The moment the worm or any other monster detects the cursed sap within their bodies, they simply dispel it with their internal chi, Ashlock sighed. The only thing my sap ever actually worked on was the Dowstorm. Hence the sudden forest of demonic trees on the mountain range. Okay, that's interesting, Stella mused. Would you agree the Dowstorm and the worm were comparable in strength? Maybe. It's hard to tell. But if I had to guess, I would say the storm was a bigger threat. So you claim the storm was more of a threat, yet it was turned into a tree. So why could the worm resist the sap and not the storm? Stella stopped drumming her fingers and leaned against the earthen bowl. If we can identify what separates the two, we can look for solutions to make your cursed sap more effective as a poison. Well, I can't tell you based on observation as I lost consciousness as the Dowstorm tore me apart, Ashlock hummed. How about we ask Elaine? She might know more about this. Stella rolled her eyes. Can't we just figure it out ourselves? Stella, we all have our strengths and weaknesses, and we specifically brought Elaine on due to her value as a researcher, Ashlock lectured. Trying to do everything yourself is nonsensical. It's important to learn to depend on those around you so you can focus on what you excel in. Stella let out a sigh. Fine. There was a brief silence and then a ripple of spatial chi. A human-sized portal appeared beside Stella, and she exchanged a confused glance through the portal with Elaine, who was standing over a desk in her study. Elaine mouthed a question to her, but Stella had never developed the skill of lip reading, so she just gestured for Elaine to step through. What's up? Elaine asked as she walked through and scrunched up her nose, likely due to the overwhelming flora scent in the cavern. Was I interrupting something? Stella asked as the portal snapped closed behind Elaine. No, not really, Elaine shook her head, although I have a lecture to give in 10 minutes. But that can always wait. That's fine. I just have a few questions. Sure, shoot them my way, Elaine said as she readjusted her glasses and looked around. What do you know about Dowstorms? Stella asked. Dowstorms? Elaine seemed surprised. Well, to answer that, you first need to know what is a Dow. Is she in teacher mode? Why is she the one asking me questions? Stella wondered but answered to the best of her abilities anyway. The Tao is a fundamental concept or law under the heavens, Stella said. It could be something simple like the Tao of water or a more abstract Tao like the Tao of sword intent. Theoretically, yes, Elaine nodded, although nobody in this realm can grasp abstract Taos like sword intent. Anyway, I digress. A Tao storm is simply a giant gathering of elemental Taos that have morphed into a raging storm. They are usually birthed in areas of conflicting chi and then rampage through the wilderness until they run out of steam, much like a regular storm. I see, Stella crossed her arms as she leaned back against the earthen bowl. And what would be the best way to kill a Tao storm? Kill. Elaine seemed confused. How would one kill something that isn't even alive? Dao storms aren't exactly sentient, but they are attracted to dense chi or heavenly Dao, which can give the illusion of intelligence. Okay, maybe kill is the wrong word, Stella mused. How would you disrupt the storm? Assume you had to make a stand, and running away wasn't an option. How would you stop the Dao storm? Much like a normal storm, I guess. Disrupt the balance of the Daz within the storm, and it will start eating itself until it dissipates, Elaine shrugged. Although that's just a theory, it's too chi-intensive to try and stop a Dao storm, so most cultivators just accept the damage to property and death of the mortals. What if you were to poison a Dao storm? Stella asked. Elaine seemed baffled for a moment but then fell into contemplation. I guess it could be possible with the right type of poison. Since the Dao storm isn't sentient, it wouldn't recognize the poison as something invasive and would greedily consume it rather than dispel it. Elaine began biting her nail and muttered, "Why did nobody think of this before?" Stella was rather amazed at how much knowledge was crammed into that head. With a lot of time and experimentation, she might have come to the same conclusions as Elaine, but as Ash had pointed out, her time was better spent elsewhere when there was someone she could extract the answer from immediately. Since Elaine was here and had sworn an oath of loyalty and secrecy, Stella had no qualms with showing Elaine the cursed blood and letting her in on what they were working on. Elaine, the reason for these questions is this, Stella gestured to the wooden bowl. Huh? Elaine was broken from her mumblings and followed Stella's finger. Walking closer, she squinted at the bowl, poorly illuminated by the blue hue of the mushrooms. This black liquid is sap from ash, Stella explained. It turns whoever ingests it into a demonic tree. What? Elaine was taken aback. Wait. That means. Yes, all those demonic trees that appeared overnight were due to the Dao storm tearing off Ash's branches and becoming poisoned by his cursed sap. Fascinating, Elaine pushed her hair behind her ear as she leaned in close to inspect the bizarre black liquid. So what are your plans for it? Well, I want to make a poisonous pill from it, Stella frowned, but it's only ever worked on the Dao storm. Any monster it's been tested on, including a star core worm, simply shrugged it off. So we were trying to figure out why the Dao storm was so weak to it, yet it had no effect on monsters, and the answer seemed so obvious now. Elaine nodded, because the monsters noticed the cursed sap and cycle their internal chi to remove it, whereas the Dao storm greedily absorbed the sap and then became corrupted by it and eventually turned into trees. I think I have an idea, Stella grinned. Thank you for the help despite you being busy. Elaine seemed flustered. No, it's fine. Feel free to ask me questions anytime. Otherwise, I will feel useless to you guys. See? We should ask her stuff more often, Ashlock chuckled in her mind. Should I send her back? Sure. I think I can take it from here, Stella replied mentally. A portal rippled to life. Call on me anytime you need, Elaine said as she walked toward the portal. Oh, and tell Douglas to stop working so hard. He needs to take breaks, too. With that, the portal snapped closed, and Stella was once again alone in the cavern with just the shifting white fog at the edge of her consciousness and the horrors she had kept at bay with many mind fortress pills. Right. Let's get to work, Stella said as she cracked her neck and rolled her shoulders. What's your idea? Ashlock asked. We identified the issues with your cursed sap and will add other ingredients to the pill to counteract those weaknesses, Stella explained. It's why pills with more ingredients are better. One strong poison is great, but it can be even more potent when enhanced with many other ingredients. Makes sense, Ashlock replied. What do you have in mind? The first problem to solve is how slow your cursed sap acts. An hour to take effect is simply too long for use in combat, Stella mused as she walked up the ramp to the second floor of the cavern. Are these all the flowers you can grow? Give me a second. There was a pulse of power, and Stella watched as many soil plots of chi-flowing grass withered away and gave way to various beautiful flowers and even some bone-white bamboo. Stella walked along the walkways, and feeling lazy, she spread out her telekinesis to pluck as many flowers as possible. Moments later, a storm of petals encircled her. With a flash of silvery light, the torrent of petals vanished into one of her many silver spatial rings. I also need some heavenly bamboo essence, Stella said as she approached the bone-white shoots and sliced them in half with her dagger. Returning to the cauldron and armed with all the resources she could get her hands on within her spatial rings, it was time to start making a poison. Chi-flowing grass is known for its properties to facilitate the flow of chi through the body's spirit roots, so it's a must as it will help spread the poison faster. Stella tapped her chin as she tried to remember the various ingredients' properties. Aren't I basically trying to make a toxic version of the heavenly purification pill? Poison and medicine are often the two sides of the same coin, Ashlock said. Something that can be beneficial in small doses can kill at higher doses. True, but I don't have a nine-tailed fox's tear, Stella pouted. If only we had connections with the merchants already. We have enough money looted from the skyrens to buy anything we need but can't. Like a man stranded on a desert island with nothing but gold bars, Ashlock chuckled. Don't worry, the merchants will be head over heels to serve us once they meet you in a week. Why would a man be stranded on a desert island when he can cultivate until he can fly or swim to shore? Stella tilted her head in confusion. You know what, never mind, we are getting sidetracked. I can ignore the nine-tailed fox's tear. It has potent purifying properties and is believed to cleanse all negative energies, so it wouldn't be beneficial in a poisonous pill. With that ingredient removed, she was left with the chi-flowing grass, dragon marrow, celestial peony petal, and heavenly bamboo essence. Humming to herself, she placed all the ingredients on the earthen bowl's rim in a line. Is dragon marrow really needed? Ashlock asked. Wasn't its purpose to enhance muscle tissue? Good point. Stella frowned. The heavenly purification pill detoxifies the body of spiritual toxins or foreign energies that may have infiltrated a cultivator's body, purifying their chi and ensuring smoother cultivation. What does muscle tissue have to do with that? But I will say, it does seem to act as a good putty to hold all the pill's ingredients together, Ashlock pointed out. Stella wasn't sure what putty was, but she got the general gist of what Ash was saying. The dragon marrow had helped hold all the ingredients in place while she layered them in the cauldron, so it at least had some use. Whatever, Stella shrugged. What harm could some muscle enhancement bring? Maybe the dragon marrow will help the cursed sap infiltrate the cultivator's muscles, turning them to wood. She then picked up a pink flower. The celestial peony petal is known for its high concentration of pure celestial energy beneficial for purification. Ugh, this is hard. Is purification a good or bad thing for a poison? It could be if you disguise it. What do you mean? Well, think about it. My cursed sap is usually countered because the monster or cultivator notices it within their body and uses their internal chi to purge it, Ashlock explained. But what if they never noticed? What if they thought the pill was beneficial and let my cursed sap take root in their soul? By the time they notice, it will be too late. Stella's eyes widened. That's genius. If the pill purifies the entire body of impurities and enhances their muscles, then the person will believe it's good for them. We just need to obscure the cursed sap while it spreads throughout the body and for long enough that the person won't notice before it's too late. We could also add a mushroom that induces sleep to the pill so the cursed sap can take effect while the person is knocked out. Ashlock said. Stella let out an excited breath as she turned to the cauldron with her brain overflowing with ideas. Nothing brought her more thrill than the possibility of a challenge. Come here, little chicken, Stella cooed a black feathered bird-like monster with blood-red eyes and a beak strong enough to snap through steel. Luckily, they were rich now, so with a single request, the Red Claws had sent them a runically enhanced metal cage by the end of the day to contain the beasts they had kidnapped from the wilderness. Enraged shrieks from multiple demonic chickens filled the cavern as Stella floated a freshly made pill toward the fattest chicken that was in the lower stages of the soul fire realm. The chicken strained its neck through the bars to gobble up the pill and then tried to bite Stella's nose off. Bastard, Stella muttered as the girl and chicken engaged in a staring contest. A while passed and the chicken did not become they. Tree. Another dud, Stella groaned as she collapsed beside an earthen bowl and leaned against it. She looked awful, her long blonde hair had gone ashen from the cavern's dust, and her eyes were bloodshot. I really thought this would be the one. Stella lamented, but the chicken can see past the illusion chi from the Dreamweaver orchids. So far, only the one with sleep-inducing mushrooms worked, but putting someone to sleep right as they eat the pill is far too suspicious. Ashlock shared Stella's exhaustion and frustration. He spent almost every waking moment trying to help her create this pill, and she had even worked through the nights while he slept. Stella, it's been 3 days. The merchant meeting is soon, Ashlock calmly reminded the girl, who was entirely focused on her newfound passion project. we need to start production on the pills we plan to sell to them. Also, the Silver Spires are getting restless as they haven't seen any pills yet. I know. Stella grumbled. And at this rate, I won't have this poison ready in time for the meeting. Wait. Why would you need the poison in time for the merchant meeting? Ashlock was confused. Wasn't this a passion project that would help the sect by boosting its offensive capabilities later down the road? Why would she need poison for a meeting with the merchants? Stella tilted her head in confusion. How else will I poison the merchants? Chapter 175 Insane Merchants. Why would you want to poison the merchants? Ashlock asked Stella with a hint of confusion. He practically got whiplash from her answer. It was so outrageous. Did she have some grudge with them? The merchants were imperative for the future of the Ashfallen sect. Until they gained enough strength and connections to manage their own supply chains, they needed the merchants. So if Stella goes around murdering them, that's a problem. Ashlock sighed. He was willing to put up with a lot of nonsense from Stella, but there was still a vague line in the sand that she shouldn't cross. How else will we keep control over them? Stella seemed even more confused than him as she tilted her head. Did you plan to make them sign oaths of secrecy on where they obtained the pills? Why would I? Ah. Ashlock realized he hadn't thought that far as he saw the pills they would make as massive downgrades of his own produce, so why would anyone want to find out about the source? But even if his pills weren't special, competitors would pay good money to learn more about new competitors. This was a world without laws, survival of the fittest. Who's to say a competitor wouldn't send assassins after Stella or even try to enslave him for their own production? I'm one of the strongest beings in the Blood Lotus sect, to my knowledge, which made me careless. I need to remember there are the Grand Elders of the strongest families like the Silver Spires, whose Grand Elder is about to ascend to the nascent soul realm. There's also the matter of the Blood Lotus sect's patriarch, who could step out of closed-door cultivation any day now, especially with tensions rising and noble families dying. I wouldn't be surprised if someone dragged him out to extinguish the fires of civil war. Ashlock sighed again. He had been approaching this too much like a business deal on Earth where there were laws and regulations to be followed through a contract. I was naive to think the merchants were like friendly guys who ran a shipping company and would distribute my pills worldwide for cheap on a shipping container. They are insane people who wander the wilderness, dive into rifts between dimensions, and try to extort money from cultivators. How could I trust people like this? With reluctance, Ashlock had to admit his ignorance too. Stella. I hadn't thought about how we could keep the merchants loyal, Ashlock admitted. Stella snorted as she sluggishly pushed herself off the cavern floor and slumped against the earthen bowl. If you had heard the legends about them like I have or met them in person as I did, then keeping them loyal would have been your first thought. You met them in Slimer, didn't you? Ashlock asked. Stella shuddered. Yeah, back when I was so weak and ignorant of the world. That Nox woman terrified me, but Hammond was worse. Hammond? Who's that? Stella shrugged. Nox's right-hand man. I assume he was a spatial affinity cultivator, and I bought the short-range portal technique we both use so much from him. What made him worse than Nox? Stella attempted to put on a gruff, manly accent. This technique is perfect for assassinating people. Just open a portal next to their head, shove a dagger through, and bam. Dead. Killed plenty of old acquaintances that way. He said that to you? Ashlock asked. He couldn't believe Stella had interacted with such a dangerous person when she was weak. Yeah, Stella shuddered. Does he sound like the type of person we want to trust our pills with blindly? He openly admitted to murdering his old acquaintances, likely to silence them, and to make matters worse, he is a spatial cultivator who is probably stronger and more experienced than both of us. These merchants are ruthless and insane. To trust them even a little would be truly foolish. Now that Stella laid it all out, why were they trusting the merchants in the first place at all? Do we have to work with them? Ashlock asked Stella, can't we have the Silver Spires sell the pills on our behalf to the rest of the Blood Lotus sect? Stella shrugged. I asked Diana the same question, and she told me it was a bad idea due to the inheritance war among the Silver Spire science. Suppose we go through the Silver Spire's connections to distribute the pills. That means Riker might be disqualified from the competition, and even if he isn't, the other scions will catch wind of the new pills, and to protect their position, they will seek to eradicate Riker's source. Of course, it always comes down to sect politics, Ashlock grumbled, but what makes the merchants a good distributor? Can't we sell the pills ourselves somehow? Stella seemed to notice how dusty her hair had become during their conversation, so she began to walk over to the river in the cavern while answering, "Well, when I met them the last time in Slimer, Nox informed me they hailed from the Tainted Cloud sect west of here. So if we sell to Nox, she can distribute the pills to a distant demonic sect far from here, making it harder to track us down as the source." Arriving at the river, Stella knelt on the stone and gasped as she cupped freezing water onto her head. She did this a few times, and then once her long hair was thoroughly drenched, she combed out the dust with her fingers and eventually got frustrated and summoned a comb from her spatial ring. While she was sitting on the river bank and drying her hair with a towel, Ashlock asked, "Do you know anything about this Tainted Cloud sect? Why haven't I heard much about them before?" Demonic sects keep to themselves and don't really trade with one another, so it's not surprising you haven't heard much about them, but I would assume they are of similar size to the Blood Lotus sect, considering we haven't conquered them, Stella explained while having her head wrapped in a towel. Only the merchants are insane enough to traverse the wilderness, and they are only allowed into demonic sects because the nobles want to buy from them. Where did you get all this information? Ashlock wondered. Diana caught me up to speed on many things over the years, Stella grunted as she stood up and began walking back to the cauldron, but I knew about the merchants before I met Diana. They are very famous and a popular story to tell children so they don't wander off. Everyone is arrogant enough in youth to think they can outsmart the beasts, but the idea of people as strong as their parents hunting them down for coin is enough to make them stay put. Stella chuckled as she deposited the towel into her spatial ring. Heck, even I was arrogant enough to venture out deep into the wilderness in a vain journey for power. If not for Maple watching over me, I would have died 100 times over. Ashlock found that story rather amusing. So the merchants are the boogeyman to the children of demonic sects in this cultivation world? Also, thank God for Maple watching over Stella. That was when we were both so weak and could only dream about making it to tomorrow without somehow dying. To think she did something so dangerous. It was weird to think how in control of their lives they had become in such a short time. Seniorly hadn't been wrong. Even if someone was stronger out there, reducing the number of threats led to a more peaceful and assured existence. Regarding control, Ashlock was now more on board with the idea of poisoning the merchants. Oaths were too hard to enforce as the other party had to agree, but maybe they would be more open to taking one if they were slowly turning into a tree. So, your plan was to poison the merchants with my cursed sap and then offer them an antidote that only you could provide. Stella nodded. Yeah, I was going to let them try each of our pills, and then I would sneak in a poison one. Then, I'd sell them an antidote, and the poison would take effect once they were far enough away. They would be forced to use the antidotes they bought from us to keep the cursed sap at bay. Taking a breath, she continued, then they would go and buy pills from other places to try and dispel the cursed sap, but it wouldn't work as the cursed sap would have already corrupted their soul, so they would be forced to come back to us for more of the stronger antidote to keep the corruption at bay. Ashlock was just amazed at Stella's insight. Since when had his murder-happy daughter become such a schemer? They grow up so fast. Ashlock mentally wiped away fake tears. He felt proud as he watched Stella return to the earthen bowls with a much fresher look after her primitive shower. Stella, should I bring Elder Margaret over to help? Ashlock asked after seeing Stella looking over the long line of ingredients with a deep frown again. She can also help us decide what pills the Whitestone Palace alchemists should make for us to sell. Sure, Stella replied surprisingly positively. I already gave it my all for 3 days and I'm stuck. No harm in asking someone with centuries of experience to hopefully hurry this process along. With Stella's agreement, his vision blurred across the vast mountain range and came to a halt in the other cavern. Has each alchemist taken a pillar for their own? Ashlock wondered as he noticed each pillar had a single alchemist on the highest platform. The vault door that led up to the Whitestone Palace had been closed and sealed, so there was only a blue hue from the glowing mushrooms and the orange glow from the blaze serpent roses illuminating the cavern. Other than the twins harvesting bamboo together on a lower level, the other alchemists were hunched over a cauldron fruit and frantically making pill after pill. Ashlock noted a few of them were making body-strengthening pills, which was the one they made in the tournament, while others were making pills he had never seen before. Elder Margaret Ashlock spoke into the woman's mind as she took a break from her own pill making. Oh, Patriarch? Elder Margaret replied as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve and popped a Mind Fortress pill. To what do I owe the pleasure? I came to ask you for some help over in the other cavern, Ashlock replied, but you look exhausted. You know you and the others don't have to stay trapped down here all day. You can take breaks and go outside. Elder Margaret chuckled as she withdrew her flame from the cauldron and gathered all the ingredients and pills into her spatial ring. Don't worry, we all know that. We just can't help ourselves as we all share a deep love for alchemy, and getting to practice as much as we want with such pure ingredients is a dream come true. Oh, I see, Ashlock replied. He sometimes forgot how precious alchemy ingredients were to ordinary people who couldn't grow them in seconds. So, what do you need my help with? Elder Margaret asked. Stella will explain, Ashlock said as he conjured a portal for her. Still, to this day, he was so glad he rerolled his affinity to spatial instead of sticking with ice affinity. It just made life so much easier, transporting his sect members around in seconds rather than waiting for them to walk or fly. The Patriarch says you need some assistance. Stella tore her gaze away from the line of ingredients and greeted the woman who had just stepped out of a portal with a smile. Elder Margaret, yes, I am having quite the trouble. Stella then caught Elder Margaret up regarding her attempts at making poison from Ashlock's cursed sap. Elder Margaret let out a breath of amazement once Stella finished her half-hour rant about the different combinations and difficulties she had encountered during the process. So you need a poison that's slow-acting and undetectable by the merchants, Elder Margaret whistled. That's quite the tall order. Those merchants are tough bastards to control, and you aren't the first to have the idea of trying to tie them down. Do you think it could work? Stella asked. Merchants are often in the Star Core realm or higher. Elder Margaret tapped her chin, and you said this cursed sap worked on a 9th stage Star Core Elder. Stella nodded. I see potential, Elder Margaret reluctantly agreed, but have you thought about what we are selling to the merchant? It's in 4 days, and the alchemists in the other cavern have been awaiting your orders. Ugh. I put that off since it's so simple, Stella lamented as she trudged over to the earthen bowl. The pill recipe for most of them is just a body-strengthening pill with the fruit added in, and then the Mind Fortress one involves a Dreamweaver orchid. Do you plan to sell the Mind Fortress ones? Elder Margaret asked. Heavens no, Stella laughed. How would the Patriarch scare people if they can just buy a resistance pill off the market? We only want to sell things that will not impact us or cause massive political issues. Political issues? Ashlock asked them both. Since they were standing so close, it was easy to cast a wider net and simultaneously force his presence on multiple targets. Yeah, like the lightning resistance fruit, Stella replied. Ah yes, that makes sense, Ashlock replied. That fruit would cause issues as it would directly disrupt the skyen family power, so he would need to sell them through discreet channels to any allies he can make for the war or keep it internally. If you want my opinion on the matter, could I get a list of the options again? Elder Margaret asked, are they the same as the ones you provided us for the Mystic Realm? Or are there other fruits I am unaware of? Bringing up his system screen, Ashlock decided to read out all the fruits while trying not to sound like a waiter at a high-class restaurant: clairvoyance, mind fortress, florist touch, lightning chi barrier, enlightenment, neural root, language comprehension, vampiric touch, deep meditation and superior poison resistance. Stella drummed her fingers on the earthen bowl as she listened to the list and then gave her thoughts once Ashlock was done. I think we should remove the ones that could be used against us like clairvoyance, mind fortress, language comprehension, and superior poison resistance. That makes sense, Ashlock agreed. I'll remove those alongside the politically questionable lightning chi barrier. Anything else? Do you have any fruit similar to your new telepathy technique? Stella asked, reminding Ashlock that he had never tried to make a skill fruit from abyssal whispers. Chapter 176, Strange Lecture. Ashlock was somewhat surprised to discover Abyssal Whispers was deemed by the system as a tree-specific skill as it morphed into mental anguish and was added to a sublist in his status screen alongside the other skills that were morphed for his chi fruit production. How strange, Ashlock muttered, is it because I use my roots to talk to the abyss? Going over the information that appeared in his mind, he determined that eating the fruit simply made you go mad from random hallucinations like a bad LSD trip. Does this count as an attack skill or a defensive one? Ashlock pondered. Either way, it was a debuff because whoever ate the fruit would not be in any condition to keep fighting him. Turning his attention back to their conversation, Ashlock replied to Stella's query regarding whether he had his telepathic technique in a fruit. I do not have a fruit that grants telepathy, but I do have one that induces madness. Madness, you say? Stella tilted her head, like the horrors I see within the white fog while accepting your presence into my mind. Yes, I assume it will be rather similar. Interesting, could you grow some? Stella asked. Ashlock agreed as he opened the menu and set a few fruits to grow. With the new mental anguish, he almost struggled to find space on his branches that were now drooping with fruit. With mass production of pills involving his fruit planned in the near future, he had set a load to grow a few days ago in preparation as they took time. Even if most of the fruit wouldn't find their way into mass market pills, they still had internal uses within the Ashfallen sect, like language comprehension and lightning chi barrier. I've set them to grow. They should be done within the next day or so, Ashlock said. He was a little annoyed at himself that he had forgotten about his chi fruit production's ability and had been absent-mindedly growing new skill fruits while forgetting about abyssal whispers, but to be fair, he had been so distracted by Stella's new pill idea that he hadn't paid enough attention. Great, Stella said, her tone heavy with exhaustion. Even cultivators of Stella's caliber with laser-like focus would begin to feel mentally exhausted after a few days of non-stop research. Elder Margaret tapped Stella on the shoulder. Let's figure out the rest of the pills we want to try and sell. And then, while I get the alchemists in the other cavern up to speed on making these pills, you can take a half-day break. After that, I will return and we can tackle this problem together. 2 heads are always better than 1. I would appreciate that, Stella sighed and then refocused. Alright, what skill fruit are we left with once we cut the ones that could harm us or are too politically dangerous? Florist touch, enlightenment, neural root, vampiric touch, and deep meditation, I believe, Ashlock replied. I see. Stella mused, I'm fine with most of those. Although I'm not sure how easy it will be to sell the florist touch. But I can see a potential market for it. However, vampiric touch. What does that do again? Those with the vampiric touch buff can forcefully absorb chi from others through physical contact. I assume it would be most useful in combat, but could also have some use for transferring chi between people. Ashlock had never thought much about the vampiric touch skill fruit, but maybe he should have. There were certainly some niche scenarios where it could be advantageous. Now that has really got my mind going. There are quite a few applications, aren't there? The skill doesn't specify that the target has to be alive. And with physical contact being the only requirement, it could be good for Stella, who can reach through portals, or Douglas, who can get in close and take a beating due to his earth affinity, Ashlock mused. Hell, even Kaida could use the skill and then wrap around someone and suck them dry of chi. Vampiric touch would sell really well, Elder Margaret cut off his thoughts, but we should avoid that one. Why? Stella asked. It would be a quick way to cause the Nitros family to investigate us. You don't know about them, do you? Elder Margaret said as she studied Stella's confused expression. Ashlock also didn't know much about the patriarch of the Blood Lotus sect. A man who can wield enough power to lord over many noble families and 9 different cities couldn't be a normal person. Not as much as I should. All I know is the Blood Lotus sect's patriarch is from the Nitros family, Stella shuddered, and that he wanted my body for a pill furnace. Do you know much about him? Elder Margaret nodded thoughtfully. I only ever met Vincent Nitros once at the Blood Lotus Sect Summit, an event held whenever that crazed man leaves closed-door cultivation. How long is he usually in closed-door cultivation? Ashlock inquired. Shortest time was 3 years, Elder Margaret replied, but it's only been getting longer as his cultivation progresses through the nascent soul realm. I believe the longest on record was recently at 20 years. Ashlock couldn't imagine sitting in a dark room underground for 20 years doing nothing but cultivating. What's his affinity? Stella asked. Blood, Elder Margaret shuddered. Still, to this day, nobody understands how he soared in power so quickly. But I suspect it has something to do with him needing pill furnaces. What do you mean? Stella said. Well, whenever he emerges from closed-door cultivation, the first thing he does is seek out new pill furnaces, such as yourself, as he will have killed the last batch. Elder Margaret dropped her voice to a whisper as if terrified of being overheard. Vincent Nitros claims he creates pills filled with life force from the pill furnaces, but he refuses to disclose his recipe and has also never displayed any talent or knowledge in alchemy. That is odd, Ashlock agreed. So how does he go about picking the pill furnaces? That might give a clue. Elder Margaret shrugged. As I have only met him once, these are all rumors. But the most common rumor is that he can sniff them out somehow. So it's not a random selection. He actively seeks them out? Ashlock asked, and Elder Margaret nodded in agreement. Does that mean he will hunt me down when he leaves closed-door cultivation? Stella's voice trembled, her face white with fear. Most likely, Elder Margaret nodded, so we should prepare for that eventuality while avoiding any reason that will drag him out faster, such as this vampiric touch fruit. He would be thrilled to purchase such a fruit as it would work well with his blood affinity. Seeing how uncomfortable Stella was with the current conversation, Ashlock decided to steer it back to what they had been discussing before. Okay, so with vampiric touch out, are we happy with the 4 remaining options: florist touch, enlightenment, neural root, and deep meditation? Both nodded. Will you be selling pills made from the truffles? Stella asked. It was a good question. His truffles had the most potent effects but were also chi-intensive to grow. If pills made from truffles became in extreme demand, he would hamper his own cultivation to grow more. It was a trade-off. Was he willing to suffocate his chi intake for profit, and if so, to what extent? We could, but the truffles are in short supply and costly to grow. We would either need to make the pills extremely expensive and exclusive or water them down somehow. Ashlock explained. Not to mention dangerous, Elder Margaret mentioned. After trying your truffles before entering the mystic realm, I can confirm a war would start over them. Their effects were simply too instant, and no pill I had ever heard about in this realm of creation could compare. This was also one of Ashlock's past concerns when he first unlocked the skill and had Stella eat them. Of course, he didn't know the standard for cultivation resources back then, but with his knowledge now, he agreed with Elder Margaret's concern. A war was already on the horizon, and he didn't want to cause another one aimed at him. How about this? Stella said. What if we split the strength of the spirit root improvement and heart demon expelling truffle into 4 pills and then sell each pill separately? That way, they will still have a punchy effect that will get people interested and talking about it. Elder Margaret hummed in approval. Even at a fourth of the potency, they are still leagues above any other mass-market cultivation resources. Only a pill made by a master alchemist after years of gathering the materials can compare. And selling one at a time is also a good idea. Makes them feel exclusive and rare, which high-paying clients enjoy. I like that, Ashlock agreed and then asked Stella, and what about the skin improvement truffle? Although a lot more harmless than the others, I think the demand will be very high, and I would struggle to keep up with production. Stella snorted and replied, if anything, it might be the most dangerous. Never underestimate a woman's envy of another person's looks. That's true, Ashlock mused. What about as a cream? Or distilled into wine? I don't know about this skin improvement truffle, but a pill or cream is fine. What's this? Elder Margaret stared at the black ball Stella had pushed into her hand. It's the skin improvement truffle. It will make you look decades younger. Stella smiled. Give it a try sometime. Thank you, Mistress Stella, Elder Margaret said while holding the truffle close to her chest. As the person who contributed the most to the alchemy tournament's success, you've earned it, Ashlock added. I hardly did anything. Others are just as deserving of a reward as I, Elder Margaret insisted. I have fully taken the red claws under my branches. There will be no shortage of rewards in the near future, Ashlock assured the suddenly distressed woman. However, for now, I think it's best we make some progress on these pills. Don't you agree? Both of them nodded, and after some discussion, they decided to make an herbal ointment mixed with a tiny amount of the beauty truffle. It wasn't quite alchemy, but it was easy enough to make. Stella then spent the rest of the afternoon teaching Elder Margaret how to make the various pills. Most were just mortal or spirit tier pill recipes like the heavenly purification pill with the fruit mixed in. So, they were simple enough to learn quickly. Ashlock then opened a portal for Elder Margaret to the other caverns so she could teach the alchemists these pill recipes. Meanwhile, Stella made her own portal to Red Vine Peak. Wow, tree, she exclaimed as she saw his branches almost weighed down by thousands of colorful fruits. You grew all these in just a few days. That I did. Catch. Ashlock said as he detached hundreds of the fruit all at once, making them plummet toward the hard stone below. Stella clicked her tongue. The air rippled as she spread her telekinetic power, freezing all the fruit in place. Then, with a wave of her hand and a flash of silvery light, the fruit vanished into one of her spatial rings. That was childish, Stella said with a grin as she slumped down on the bench and closed her eyes for a much-needed nap. Ashlock left her to sleep peacefully and let his gaze wander. It felt weird to see Diana and Douglas cultivating so peacefully without having to rush around doing things. I suppose it was a full month of chaos leading up to the tournament, so they never had time to catch up on their cultivation, Ashlock thought as his gaze settled on his ints that stood there silently like statues. I could send them out to hunt, but that seems incredibly wasteful. They cost so much to power and are too slow to walk around without my constant help with portals, Ashlock sighed. In truth, cows was likely fast enough for hunting, especially if she could use void step. Alas, the mere idea of trying to convert his spatial chi into void chi was enough to make him sweat sap. Wait. Now that I have these ints here, there is no need for Larry to be my guardian beast. Ashlock had kept Larry close to him after recent events and not allowed the spider to go out hunting very often. But with 3-star core ints under his control and his own strength, Maple hanging around as a last resort trump card should be enough. Hey Larry, Ashlock said through the black chi tether. One of the demonic trees rustled as multiple long hairy legs emerged from the canopy and 8 red eyes locked onto him. Yes, master. Larry asked gruffly. Take Kaida and go out into the wilderness to hunt. The mystic realm doesn't open for a few weeks, so there's no point in you hanging around here. Does master not need me anymore? Ashlock had never heard a spider sound sad before, but somehow, Larry was reminding him of an abandoned puppy right now despite being a house-sized harbinger of death. The ints can guard me, Ashlock explained, but I'm hungry and need snacks. Do you think you could get some for me? That perked the spider up. Of course, master. I will bring you only the finest delicacies the wilderness has to offer. All right. Just make sure you and Kaida eat some, too. I need you both to get stronger, after all. Larry happily agreed to his new mission. He crawled down from the tree, exposing his entire ashen-furred body, and then crossed the mountain peak toward Diana. He then carefully pulled Kaida away from the cultivating girl with his leg. The sleepy snake seemed annoyed as he hissed at the spider, but Larry wasn't taking no for an answer as he kidnapped Kaida and headed out into the wilderness with glee. Elaine strode through the hallway of the academy toward her lecture with a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. It was tough to control her expression while walking past the groups of students en route to their next lectures. You were finally helpful to them. Stella actually needed my help with something. Elaine wanted to jump for joy, fist to the sky, and tell anyone who would listen. Alas, now was not the time for such emotions. No matter how hard she focused on the decor of the corridor ceiling, it was impossible not to feel the intense glares from the many students roaming the academy. Why are there so many people in the corridors? It's usually more empty than this. Hushed whispers barely concealed by the amateur cultivator's chi reached her ears. Some commented on her looks, and others gossiped about her subpar lectures to their friends. It dampened her bright mood from talking to Stella and the patriarch, but that was for the best as she needed to focus. She was already 2 minutes late to her lecture. Pushing apart the grand wooden doors, Elaine strode in. Good afternoon, everyone. Elaine felt the words freeze in her throat as far too many eyes bore into her. What in the 9 realms is going on? Elaine's gaze swept the room. Not a single seat was vacant. There were even people sitting in the aisles and standing along the back wall. Elaine thankfully regained her composure within half a step to avoid further embarrassment in front of so many eyes and made her way to the podium. Come on, Elaine, think. Why has the number of people attending your lecture tripled overnight? Could it be because of the alchemy tournament? No, that was almost a week ago. Did they come here after hearing the rumors about my lecture's dullness and came to see it for themselves? Elaine was now well aware of her newfound beauty, but she also knew there was no way looking beautiful would cause her attendance to triple in a single day. Something else was up. Buying time, Elaine turned to the giant blank silvery board behind her and began writing the lecture title as slowly as possible. The room was dead silent. Turning on her heel, she surveyed the crowd and faltered. There was no way she could give the lecture with the curiosity gnawing at her mind. Before we begin, could someone tell me why so many of you are here? Over 100 hands went up. Chapter 177 Ashfallen's Lie. Elaine's gaze wandered over the sea of raised hands in a vain attempt to single someone out to answer her burning question. Why are there so many people? What happened to her quiet lecture hall devoid of anyone paying attention? It was a surreal experience to see such class engagement for once, as she often felt ignored, as if her presence brought boredom upon her students rather than intrigue. Which was a shame, as she had a deep passion for the subject she was teaching. It just didn't seem to carry across in her presentation somehow. Trying to single out one person from the hundreds of hands was an impossible task, so Elaine randomly pointed into the crowd. Due to her inaccuracy, a small group of people exchanged glances as if trying to determine who had been her gesture's target. Person with the pale blue hair, Elaine said as she managed to single one out from the smaller, confused group. A few grumbles of those not chosen accompanied the creaking of the wooden bench as a slim man with icy blue hair and eyes cleared his throat. Ahem, I cannot speak for everyone here, but I was drawn to enroll in the prestigious Academy of Darklight City after hearing news that House Redclaw was looking to take on fresh talent from the Academy in the coming weeks. His accent was crude and fake, as if hastily rehearsed for putting on a show. Elaine raised a brow. Since when had the Red Claws started a recruitment drive of rogue cultivators like this young man? It was incredibly rare that one of the noble houses would take in a single person without the house's blood or affinity, and it was unheard of for a house to do mass recruitment. Just what were they thinking? Unsure if this man's answer didn't reflect the entire class, Elaine queried the crowd, is this true for everyone else? Are you all here in hopes of being chosen by House Redclaw? As she glanced around to summarize their affirming murmurs, Elaine noted that the large influx of cultivators was predominantly rogues, likely from the city or from afar, which in turn made the small increase of cultivators from other noble houses stick out like a sore thumb in a sea of shabby brown cloaks with their all-knowing arrogant air, luxurious clothes, and spatial rings adorning their fingers. The difference between those raised in a noble house with access to vast resources from a young age compared to those who had to fight for every last beast core was terribly obvious in just about every way from a mere glance. Elaine had noticed these nobles trickling into her lectures one by one over the last few days since the alchemy tournament. But the rogues had come in a flood, clearly desperate to seize the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of a noble house opening their gold-plated doors and granting access to their seemingly endless riches. A rogue cultivator may need to work for days, if not weeks, for a rich mortal merchant to acquire enough golden crowns to purchase a beast core, but for a noble, they could have beast cores for breakfast without lifting a finger. If only they knew how cutthroat being in a noble house is, and to join as an outsider. Elaine returned to the board with a frown and shook her head. Even though she now despised many of her family members, they had given her access to their expensive void chambers and vast cultivation resources before they realized it was a waste and sent her here to work under the head librarian. For that, she was thankful. The void chi cycling through the veins and the knowledge crammed into her head wouldn't have been possible without their somewhat twisted form of support. I wonder if I should visit the void chamber in the family mansion in the city after class. I can't see a reason they would deny my access now that my cousins have returned to Slimer. And I need to get stronger in both chi and swordsmanship quickly so that I can venture into the next mystic realm. The murmur of the students behind her made Elaine realize she had her finger on the board but hadn't written anything. Rectifying that by imbuing her finger with chi and writing out the lecture starting point she had come up with only a few hours prior, she turned on her heel and faced the curious crowd once more. Welcome to a lecture on the fundamentals of affinity counters. Focus up, and I might just put in a good word for you with the Red Claws. Elder Margaret strode down the steps of the grandest pillar in the cavern below the white stone palace with conflicted thoughts as the portal closed behind her. Under the dim blue hue from the luminescent round head mushrooms jutting out of every nook and cranny of the cavern, she rotated the truffle Stella had gifted her. It was a sign they acknowledged both her loyalty and skills, which made it even more conflicting that she had uncovered a deep-rooted lie. The question on her mind was, should she expose it? Elder Margaret was sure the elusive Ashfallen sect had their reasons to obscure their true existence behind a veil of lies, as did any demonic sect. But the more they interacted, the more layers of the onion of lies were peeled away. The truth would be revealed eventually, either through their choice or negligence. Briefly pausing her step, she made her decision and summoned a communication talisman to her hand. As her finger tapped its smooth surface, she noted that the cold chains of oath encircling her soul did not tighten, meaning informing the Grand Elder of this lie would not go against her loyalty to the Ashfallen sect. How curious. That further cemented Elder Margaret's decision to inform the Grand Elder of the lie she had uncovered, as even the heavens deemed it favorable and made no effort to punish her thoughts. Her soul core hummed in her chest as fire chi was pulled toward her into a torrent that encircled her as she continued to walk down the stairs. In truth, she had no idea if such measures could hide her conversation from the immortal, but with heaven's blessing, she decided it would be fine even if he heard her words. Elder Margaret. The Grand Elder's serious voice emerged from the talisman in her palm after inserting some chi into it. Why do you call me? Is something the matter? I was just over in the cavern with Stella. We discussed what pills should be mass-produced and shown to the merchants in the upcoming meeting when the topic of the Blood Lotus sect's patriarch came up, Elder Margaret explained. It was during this conversation that I discovered something. A lie. What was the lie? Elder Margaret, neither Stella nor the immortal had any knowledge of Vincent Nitros, which I find peculiar considering Stella claimed the Ashfallen sect was the true ruler of these lands and Vincent Nitros was just a puppet to the immortal. So how could they now feign ignorance of their own puppet's capabilities? There was a long pause as the Grand Elder mulled over her words. Elder Margaret, in a way, this information only reinforces our suspicions, the Grand Elder said. The immortal is powerful but in some critical condition and trapped down here in a lower realm. It would explain their odd gap in lower realm knowledge and sect politics. In fact, it's entirely possible that when we first met and they forced us into an oath of loyalty, they were at their weakest and fooled us with smoke and mirrors. I say this because we have noticed the immortal's powers progressing exponentially in recent weeks, and then there was that time another immortal descended and froze space just to speak with his injured friend. This further confirmed our theory that the immortal is real, weakened, and needing our help. So what does this all mean? Elder Margaret asked. What should we do about these lies? We have no need to dwell on the past. We should only look to the future. Forget about their past lies to win us over, as our loyalty, both in oath and mind, now lies with the Ashfallen sect. If they decree for Vincent Nitros's head on a silver platter, then let it be so. We will rise to the challenge and see that it's done to repay the kindness they have shown our family. Elder Margaret now felt silly reporting this lie to the Grand Elder and saw why the heavens didn't see it as a betrayal. What had she expected? For the Grand Elder to go and call the Ashfallen sect liars and demand compensation? Elder Margaret may dislike the fact her family had been tricked, but she could empathize with the predicament the Ashfallen sect had been in, and it would be outrageous to demand anything after the kindness they have shown thus far. You're right. I should forget the past. Elder Margaret said, gripping the truffle in her palm a little tighter. Good. Let's speak another time. I am busy with requests from the immortal, so I must go. The connection cut, and Elder Margaret dispelled the swirling flames around her and found she had reached her destination. Up ahead, slumped over a fiery cauldron of fruit, was an exhausted Cain Azure crest. He would be the first she would teach the new recipes, too. With the afternoon to himself since Stella was sleeping and Elder Margaret was busy, Ashlock gazed down at the vast mountain ridge between Red Vine Peak and the White Stone Palace. Once a barren mountainscape devoid of life, it was now a vast scarlet forest of bustling wildlife and friendly demonic trees that made the air shimmer due to the amount of fire chi coming from the blaze serpent. Roses growing on their trunks. This fire chi then drifted toward the White Stone Palace, where the Red Claws diligently cultivated in the open courtyard. A setup that had worked well but needed to change. The demonic trees on the mountain were beginning to form their soul cores, and he didn't want an entire forest of only fire affinity trees, and he also didn't want fire and spatial chi to dominate the land. He needed diversity, as he had seen the fate of noble families that fostered a single affinity and didn't wish to repeat their mistakes. Therefore, he needed many groves on the mountain with different affinities, and these would also serve well as meditation spots for the future rogue sect members he had requested the Grand Elder to bring in, as he didn't want to reveal the mystic realm's existence to untrustworthy people. There was just a slight problem. It was going to be a costly project. An entire forest that spanned a mountain range covered in blaze serpent roses barely produced enough fire chi for the youngsters in the Redclaw family to advance and for the elders to maintain their cultivation, but to advance, their only hope was the mystic realm. To put it another way, his flowers could make the air hot, but the Redclaws wanted to cultivate within a firestorm. It simply wasn't good enough. Luckily, there was a solution. An expensive one, but a solution nonetheless. If I turn the entire mountain into one massive chi-gathering formation that reroutes the untamed chi from the world into my children's roots, my offspring can then convert the untamed chi into the affinity of their soul core and then expel it into the air around them. Ashlock sighed, but if I were to set that up now, I would turn this mountain range into a volcanic region. Summoning his blooming root flower production menu, he got to work and hoped he wasn't too late to change his offspring's affinities. Chapter 178, Cultivation Groves. Elder Margaret took a deep, satisfying breath of the crisp morning air as she stood in the doorway to the white stone palace. It was such a refreshing experience, feeling the sun on her face and smelling the fresh air after spending the entire afternoon and night in the cavern trying to teach the rogue alchemists how to incorporate the patriarch's fruit into pill recipes. As it turned out, the rogue alchemists were slower to pick up new things than she had expected, so it had taken many more hours than planned to teach them everything they needed to know. I hope Stella didn't get too stressed making that poison pill while I was away. Elder Margaret thought while glancing around at the courtyard lay before her. A smile adorned her face as she saw a dozen crimson-haired youths sitting silently and diligently cultivating the ambient fire chi. Elder Margaret's 8th stage soul core pulsed quietly in her chest, drawing the ambient fire chi toward her as she watched the rising sun over the far horizon. Elder Margaret, someone hissed in a low voice, drawing her attention to a crimson-haired boy sitting on the cold stone floor a few meters away. Could you please cultivate somewhere else? She was initially confused by the boy's blunt words, but after a quick glance around, Elder Margaret noticed many youths had broken out of their meditation and looked at her with slightly annoyed expressions. Something she couldn't blame them for, as they were still trying to mellow out their fiery personalities as a result of cultivating fire chi. My apologies, I got distracted. Elder Margaret said as she reined in her soul core's influence to stop drawing in all the ambient chi in the air away from the youths in the courtyard and sent it back toward them. Without a proper chi gathering array in the courtyard to absorb the ambient chi and evenly distribute it, whoever had the highest cultivation would draw the sparse fire chi away from those weaker. Which was Elder Margaret in this case, as she was an entire realm above anyone else present. Luckily, work had already begun on converting the entire white stone palace into a large runic array with the vast wealth acquired from the recent alchemy tournament. Elder Margaret could see a few people huddled over a table covered in parchments of runic diagrams. Those must be the formation masters that the Grand Elder hired yesterday. Elder Margaret assumed as she witnessed a few new maids hesitantly walking up to the group with trays of refreshments. Elder Margaret had never seen the White Stone Palace so lively with a sudden surge of new mortal personnel. After completing their tasks, the two blonde-haired mortal maids stuck out in a sea of redheads, gasped and hastily bowed when they saw her. Finding their reactions to her presence troublesome and to avoid causing any more issues, Elder Margaret strode past them, through the gate, and turned left toward Red Vine Peak, leaving the Redclaw youth to cultivate in peace. It's been a while since I've had to walk anywhere, Elder Margaret muttered as she half expected a portal to suddenly appear and lead her somewhere. However, the portal never materialized, so with her hands clasped behind her back, she followed a mountain path that winded through the scarlet forest while enjoying the morning breeze. Nothing much of note occurred for a while as Elder Margaret enjoyed the chorus of birds while being warmed by the sunlight streaking through the canopy. Finding the peace to calm her mind, she entered a half state of meditation as the fire chi from the many blaze serpent roses that grew on all the trees swirled around her and slowly filled her soul core. It would take months to advance a single stage at this rate. The fire chi is so sparse even this deep into the forest. Elder Margaret sighed. She appreciated the immortals' efforts to make their new home more habitable for her family, but the fire chi flowers would never manage to live up to the fire chi that had been present in the volcanic region they had called home. Lost in thought, Elder Margaret was drawn toward a beautiful vermilion bird squawking on a nearby tree branch. Its beady eyes betrayed an intelligence far greater than a regular bird's, and its unique feathers drew her intrigue. "Hey, little guy," Elder Margaret cooed as she cautiously approached the bird, making sure to restrain her soul core to seem as harmless as possible. Like cultivators, monsters saw mortal humans as weaklings that could be ignored, so Elder Margaret wanted to pass as one. The bird stopped squeaking angrily at the heavens to switch its attention to the human approaching it. Summoning some luminescent mushrooms she had picked from the cavern earlier, Elder Margaret tried to feed one to the bird. The human-sized vermilion bird made the thick black branch creak with its every move as it curiously extended its long neck toward the mushroom. Elder Margaret smiled because she recognized this bird species from the volcanic region and was glad to see them again. "Here, it's for you." Elder Margaret stumbled back a step as the giant bird screeched right in her face and furiously extended its feathered wings and shot up through the canopy. Elder Margaret was briefly bewildered, but she felt a wave of power wash over her, causing the hairs on her neck to stand up and her soul core to quiver. Spreading out her spiritual sense, she felt thousands of life forms fleeing the mountain. The birds took off to the skies, and the small mammals scurried toward the ground. What in the nine realms is going on? Elder Margaret began gathering crimson flames around her fingers and sprinted toward Red Vine Peak as she noted that was where the wave of power originated. Did the patriarch do something, or has a monster appeared on the mountain range? The forest became a blur as she shot down the winding mountain path while trailing flames behind her. It was only this easy to move quickly due to the ambient fire chi in the air that she could pull on to fuel her movement technique. She then noticed that the trees around her were aflame with power, and there was a human up ahead. Elder Margaret came to an explosive stop right before a large man standing on the mountain path beside a beige four-legged monstrosity that looked like a cursed merger between a human and a turtle with no eyes, a giant maw, and black vines for hair. Grand Elder Douglas. Elder Margaret blinked as she recognized the man. "Oh, Elder Margaret." Douglas looked up at her and chuckled. "I must admit being called a Grand Elder by someone my senior in every way is bloody bizarre." His hands were firmly planted on the ground and seemed to be turning the hard stone of the mountain into mud. Over his shoulder, Elder Margaret could see a beautiful cobblestone pathway snaking through the trees and branching off either side with steps down the mountainside to somewhere else. "You deserve to be called with such a term as a proud member of the Ashfallen sect," Elder Margaret said as she dismissed the crimson flames swirling around her fingers and relaxed her soul core. "Also, sorry for interrupting your work," Elder Margaret said apologetically. "I just felt a disturbance throughout the mountain range, which scared off the wildlife during my walk over to the cavern to see Mistress Stella." Douglas nodded as he stood up. "I see. Well, you are welcome to see the changes the patriarch is making yourself. Just follow one of these steps to reach a grove." "A grove?" Elder Margaret wondered as her eyes followed one of the nearby staircases that cut into the cliff face and led to a small group of trees on a ledge down below. The patriarch is getting this place ready for when various cultivators join the Ashfallen sect," Douglas explained as he leaned against the leg of the abomination and used it as shade from the rising sun. "The groves will have trees covered in plants that produce different types of chi. And then runic formations will be installed to keep the chi within the groves." Elder Margaret asked. "Yes," Douglas nodded, "I believe that's the plan." Elder Margaret then felt a terrifying presence awakening in her consciousness. Knowing what it was, she quickly summoned a mind fortress pill and scoffed it down. "Taken an interest in my little project?" The immortal's chorus of 100 overlapping voices overwhelmed her mind. "Take a walk and explore one of them, and give me your thoughts." Elder Margaret released a shaky breath as she felt the mind fortress pill push back the creeping white fog and numb the immortal's presence in her mind. "As you wish," she replied with a tranquil voice and calmly walked past Douglas to stand before one of the branches of stairs that led down below. She went to ask Douglas another question, but the man had already returned to his work, and she didn't feel like interrupting him again. Why are they all so crazy diligent with their work all the time? This was one of the reasons Elder Margaret felt fine with calling Douglas a Grand Elder despite his inferior life experience and cultivation. She could tell this man would surpass her in due time, as only a few stages in the soul fire realm separated them, and he had a great work ethic. Shaking her head, she looked down the path at her feet and was surprised to see dreamweaver orchids blossoming on two black roots running alongside the steps. Illusion chi. That swirled through the air somewhat obscured the steps, as if her brain doubted reality. Thankfully, the effect wasn't too strong, and she could easily penetrate the illusion chi with her spiritual sense and not be tricked. Trusting her spiritual sense, she walked down the steep steps and soon found herself walking into a small circle of trees covered in dreamweaver orchids. There is still a lot of fire chi here, and I can sense the trees were beginning to form fire chi soul cores. Elder Margaret spoke her thoughts aloud for the immortal, but after a few days, this will be the perfect place for someone with illusion affinity to meditate heaven's will without getting distracted by the whispers of too many other elements. Elder Margaret stood in the center and noted the space was around half the size of the White Stone Palace's courtyard. So, there was plenty of room for about 30 people to cultivate together. This is great, as illusion chi is problematic to come by in the wild, so only those with access to expensive gathering formations can cultivate it. However, doesn't this sort of count as a very expensive formation and will be even more once a chi gathering array is added? Elder Margaret realized she had grown somewhat numb to the patriarch's ingredients, but each of these perfectly grown rare dreamweaver orchids could sell for a large amount of spirit stones. Patriarch, I believe these flowers will cause problems, Elder Margaret said. They are far too valuable to leave out in the open like this. Even the most diligent sect members will be tempted to pluck a few and sell them on the market. That's an interesting point. Although the flowers are worthless to me, they must be valuable in the eyes of others, the immortal hummed in her mind. What if I created protection formations to prevent theft? Do you think that would work? Elder Margaret sighed. I'm not the one to ask such a question, as I lack knowledge of runic formations. The Grand Elder did hire some formation masters recently for a good chunk of our funds to convert the White Stone Palace's courtyard into a chi gathering formation, so you could ask them for advice. I will need you to ask them for me once you have finished helping Stella, the immortal replied. Elder Margaret nodded as she remembered that they were working on a deadline. The meeting with the merchants would occur in 2 days, and the poisonous pill to keep them in check still wasn't finished. Do you not plan for everyone to take oaths? Elder Margaret asked, because that would be an easy solution to the problem. Are oaths a common solution for sects? The immortal asked. I have noticed the Blood Lotus sect seems adverse to using them. It's common for sects in the Celestial Empire to require an oath of loyalty upon joining. It's just not something practiced out here in the wilderness, as nobody wishes to be bound by heaven and unable to stab their neighbors in the back. If the Blood Lotus sect's patriarch required the noble families to swear an oath, they would have never come together in the first place. There was a long pause, and Elder Margaret stood there awkwardly. My trust in oaths has wavered in recent times. Elder Margaret's blood ran cold. Did he know about the Redclaw's doubt in him? Had he been listening? But requiring an oath of loyalty to use these groves could be a good incentive, the immortal continued, and with some additional security from the ints and some runic formations, I believe the flowers will stay safe. Elder Margaret let out a sigh of relief. It didn't seem the immortal had noticed her talk with the Grand Elder, or at least didn't feel the need to reprimand her. Do you have any other feedback regarding the groves? Elder Margaret pondered the immortal's question as she glanced around. In all honesty, it was a circle of trees on a mountainside. There was nothing much to criticize, but she looked forward to the future where there would be hundreds of these, with one of every affinity known to exist. I do not, Elder Margaret shook her head. Then you can go and complete your work with Stella. There was a ripple of spatial chi as reality was torn apart, and Elder Margaret saw a very excited Mistress Stella through the rift. Elder Margaret walked through the rift and wrinkled her nose at the sudden overwhelming flora smell. Sorry for the wait. It took longer than expected to teach the newbies. I did it. Stella bounded over and excitedly pushed an unrecognizable pill into her hand. What's this? Elder Margaret asked. The cursed pill, Stella grinned. I figured it out. How? Elder Margaret was at a loss. Stella was smug as she gestured for her to follow. Come, I will show you. Chapter 179, Fractured Realm. Ashlock watched in interest as Stella led Elder Margaret deeper into the cavern and toward the cages that contained the feral demonic chickens that tried to lash out as she approached. To his surprise, one of the cages in the middle had a small demonic tree growing up through the bars. Stella paused before the cage with the tree, and while ignoring the demonic chickens trying to bite her arm, she presented Elder Margaret with a half-eaten yellow fruit. "Wait, isn't that one of those poisonous fruits with a demonic seed in the middle?" Ashlock mused. "I used them in the past to poison birds mid-air so they would die far away from my trunk and then turn into demonic trees. It was the best way to spread my seed at the time. So why is Stella showing it to Elder Margaret, and why is it half-eaten?" Ashlock suspected the small demonic tree within the cage was the answer. "This fruit is?" Elder Margaret asked as Stella handed her the fruit. "A poisonous fruit that the patriarch can grow. It's quite strong, but that's not why I'm showing it to you," Stella said. "It was this fruit that gave me the idea of how to make the pill." Elder Margaret rotated the yellow fruit in her hand but seemed to be drawing a blank. "I don't see how this fruit inspired you." "You see how there is a seed in the center of the fruit? The fruit's flesh, laced with poison, surrounds and obscures the seed. The birds are so distracted with their meal that they never notice or care about the seed until it's too late," Stella excitedly explained. "So when I saw this, it gave me an idea. Why not obscure the cursed sap in the same way?" Elder Margaret nodded. "I see, so this pill you've made hides the cursed sap with layers of poison." "Essentially, yeah," Stella bobbed her head. "If we picture the cursed sap as a single droplet in the center of the pill like the seed in this fruit. I then layered over the droplet like an onion with poison. Each layer of poison takes time to expose itself because I put a thick coating of nothing but dragon marrow between each layer. I will market this pill to the merchants as a strong poison and even provide an antidote. They will then survive the first layer with my antidote during the meeting and believe everything is fine. But once they are long gone and stranded in the wilderness, the next layer will be revealed once their bodies have absorbed the dragon marrow coating, and they will become poisoned again." Ashlock was surprised at how cunning Stella was. The poison fruit he'd made to kill the birds in the past had been derived from his F-grade poison resistance skill. Since then, his poison resistance had upgraded to superior poison resistance C, so the poison Ashlock could add to his fruit nowadays was far more potent than back then. But he hadn't had a use for this potent poison. Anything his C-grade poison could kill, so could his void tendrils or star corinths, so he hadn't bothered with it. "I'm still not entirely sure what the poison does as it's just a generic poison the system made that scales with my poison resistance grade," Ashlock mused. "I guess I should just be glad the system even allowed me to turn my resistances into a generic attack buff that I can add to my fruit since I had to experience attacks to build the resistance. But I do wonder what lightning chi barrier and fire chi protection B would become if I made the system turn them into generic attack skills too, like I had with my poison resistance." Quickly bringing up his chi fruit production menu while Elder Margaret was processing Stella's explanation, he confirmed that he could make fruit with attack versions of his other resistance skills. Lightning chi barrier would paralyze whoever ate the fruit, and fire chi protection B would make the fruit incredibly spicy. So much so it would burn the ingester's throat. "Then what will the merchants do to counter the next layer of poison?" Elder Margaret asked, drawing Ashlock's attention back to the conversation. Stella grinned. "They can use the antidotes we sell them or any other strong poison countering pills or techniques. Even their bodies might be strong enough to resist it with just chi. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, the poison isn't there to kill them. Its job is to wear them down and obscure the cursed sap for as long as possible for them to get very far away from us." "Interesting." Elder Margaret handed the poisonous fruit back to Stella and her gaze drifted to the demonic tree trying to burst out of the cage. "And what will happen once the demonic sap is exposed?" "From my experiments and from what the patriarch told me, the cursed sap takes a while to take root inside the person's soul, and during this time, even a chicken can cycle its chi to remove it," Stella explained. "But if the person is either out of chi or asleep and the cursed sap can take root and bloom within their soul, it's almost impossible to remove." Elder Margaret took a sharp breath. "How scary. So all the merchants will turn into trees once the layers of poison have been removed and the cursed sap takes root in their souls?" Stella shrugged. "I doubt it. They all have very high cultivation levels, so they should be able to suppress it from turning them into a tree. but it will take a significant amount of their chi and focus on keeping it suppressed. Once again, the entire point of this pill isn't to kill them but to make them return here in search of a cure and hopefully become somewhat loyal. It would be foolish of them to expose us to enemies if we are their only source of a cure. So, do you have a cure or antidote for the curse? Elder Margaret asked, because you know curses and poisons are a lot different while seeming similar on the surface. It's far harder to rid someone of a curse than a poison, and it usually involves eradicating the person who cast the curse in the first place to become free. Stella shrugged. No, I have no idea how to cure it. I will have to hope the patriarch comes up with a solution or is powerful enough to defend the tree from being annihilated by them. Ashlock also wasn't sure if he had a way to create a cure for his own sap. This is very risky, but it could work. Elder Margaret sighed. If you can't create a pill to sell them to alleviate the symptoms, then the only other choice is for the tree to remain alive so the curse never breaks and they remain weakened by the curse. How weakened will they be? Ashlock asked both Elder Margaret and Stella through telepathy. Weakened by a few stages for sure. Elder Margaret answered, they will also have to keep stopping to cultivate and might even be unable to advance their cultivation any further as all the chi they gather is burned to keep the curse at bay. If they are peak star core realm and are then weakened by a few stages, I should be able to deal with them, Ashlock said. We can workshop a way to alleviate the symptoms of the curse and then sell it to the merchants to keep them somewhat loyal. With his current 4th stage in the star core realm, his consuming abyss skill, and his small army of ints, he felt safe taking them on. Especially if he charged up cows, as he doubted the merchants could stand up to the void and even at full strength. So I did a good job. Stella's excitement and happiness was contagious. Of course, you did a fantastic job, Mistress Stella, Elder Margaret chuckled. Although I must admit I am a bit miffed that you didn't even wait for my help as I was looking forward to working on this problem with you. Alas, I got stuck teaching those alchemists super basic pill recipes for an entire night. Stella, you worked on this problem for multiple days, Ashlock said in Stella's mind, so how could I not be proud? You also found a way to weaponize my sap that has been rather useless until now, as any monster can just vaporize it from their systems with chi. Stella smiled at the praise. Thank you, but there is still one issue left to fix. Oh. What is it? Elder Margaret said with light returning to her sour expression. When the final layer wears off and the cursed sap is exposed, I need to find a way to incapacitate the merchants so the cursed sap can take root without issue. Stella explained, the pill you are holding is laced with sleep-inducing mushrooms, but I want a better solution as there's a good chance they can shrug off the effect and then see the cursed sap in their bodies. So you just need a very overwhelming distraction? Ashlock asked. Well, if there's no way to guarantee sleep, then yes, that could work, Stella replied. What did you have in mind? I can create a fruit that will cause mental anguish. When ingested, it overwhelms the person with visions similar to those you see when I am speaking to you, Ashlock said. They should already be growing from my branches, so you can go up and pick some. I also have one that could paralyze the person, but I need an hour to grow that one. Perfect. Stella clapped her hands together. If the merchants are paralyzed, falling asleep, and suffering from nightmare illusions all while being weakened from the strong poisons and traveling the wilderness, there's no way they will notice or be able to fight off the cursed sap. Wait here, Elder Margaret. I will be right back. Stella then opened a portal to the mountain peak to go and pick the fruits, leaving Elder Margaret looking around the cavern and humming a tune. Diana opened her eyes and yawned. After rubbing her eyes, she ran her tongue along her teeth and was glad her fangs had retracted. Her feathered wings and claws of shadow had also never manifested. Phew, that was a close call. I almost lost myself when the patriarch called upon all of my chi a few days ago and left the careful balance within my body between the water and demonic chi in disarray. Diana let out a long sigh as she rested her head against the demonic tree and felt the cool mist swirl around her. Without the dense water chi near these trees, I might have gone crazy again in my demon form, which wouldn't have been ideal. Embarrassing even. I don't want to be chained up to Ashlock again. Shaking her head at the useless thoughts, she pushed herself up from the cold stone and stretched her back with a satisfying groan as the stiffness from sitting for so long subsided. Glancing around, she noticed the mountain peak was devoid of everyone except the patriarch standing tall with the freshly risen sun illuminating his black bark and scarlet leaves from behind and casting a long shadow. How long was I out for? A few days, I assume. With nothing else to do and bored of cultivating, Diana walked toward the bench under the patriarch. Huh, even Larry and Kaida have gone somewhere. Is everyone busy while I was cultivating? Only the motionless ints are still here. Diana had seen a lot of ridiculous things since joining the Ashfallen sect, but the creation of those ints was up there as the most absurd thing she had ever seen. Titus had already amazed her, but then Zeus and Chaos came along and made her numb. Is Jeb with Douglas? I can't see that accursed ent anywhere. Walking beside the giant hole that went through the center of the mountain, Diana squinted into the darkness but still couldn't see Douglas or Jeb. So Douglas is also off somewhere, Diana shrugged and then easily leapt across the 100-meter gap and landed casually on the other side. However, a portal appeared before her and Stella walked out, almost knocking her back into the hole. Whoa, sorry about that. Stella grabbed her wrist to stop her stumbling and apologized in a way too happy tone. Finished with your cultivating? Yeah, I did, Diana frowned. What's got you in such a cheerful mood? Stella beamed. Well, I got an hour to kill before Ash can grow the fruit I need, so I might as well tell you. A half-hour conversation followed where Stella explained the last few days without pausing for breath. So let me get this straight, Diana said while massaging her temples. You made a pill you will sell to the merchants as poisonous, but its true purpose is to curse them with Ashlock sap so they are forced to come back here. Stella nodded. You're insane, Diana said flatly. I know. Stella giggled. Anyway, want to come to the meeting with me? Diana groaned. Fine. But only because I can't trust you won't try and kill them like you did with the Skyrens. Stella waved her off. I would never do something so silly. Diana just glared at her. Nox, we need to leave. I can't hold the rift open much longer. A voice thundered out through the distorted space. TSK, Nox clicked her tongue as she withdrew her blade from a gray-skinned monster and burned off the sickening stench with her ghostly black soul flames. Shadow chi cycled through her body as she shifted through the darkness with impossible speed and emerged next to Hammond. How annoying. Can't you keep it open for a day longer? Nox grumbled as she sheathed her sword and deposited the beast core into one of her silver spatial rings. The loot in this rift ain't half bad, and we spent months tracking it down. To spend only a week in here feels like such a waste. Hammond glared at her. Easy for you to say when you aren't the one wasting days worth of cultivation every minute to keep that rift from collapsing on us. Yeah, whatever. Nox waved the man off. Where's Lucius? Hammond gestured with his chin behind her. Glancing over her shoulder at the fractured realm within the rift, Nox could see a distant blinding light like a miniature star. The light illuminated the many floating islands and debris that had once belonged to a place people likely called home before it ended up stuck between realms due to a cataclysmic event or a very angry spatial immortal. The reason was usually hard to trace, and Nox didn't care either way. She was just here to loot ancient relics and items that could be sold. He's busy slaughtering a horde of those strange gray-skinned monsters, Hammond said. I assume they are protecting some artifact that is emitting a large amount of chi. Otherwise, they should be scared away by Lucius's light chi. Shame. If only you could keep the rift open for another day. Maybe Lucius would succeed, and we could earn fuckloads of coin, Nox sneered. Go and drag that bastard here, or I'm fucking leaving you both here to rot and die, Hammond snapped back, and don't forget we have a meeting tomorrow with that hot Rosalind chick to discuss making her our new pill provider. We need time to freshen up. You just want to fuck her, you perverted bastard. Nox hit his shoulder hard, sending him stumbling a step. You bitch, Hammond cursed, but Nox had already sunk into the shadows and swam through the darkness toward the blinding light. As much as she joked with Hammond, the man would really leave them here. He had left his comrades to die over more petty reasons. Chapter 180, Ulterior Motives. Stella reached down and grabbed the cursed sap pill from the depths of the cauldron fruit. Withdrawing her soul flame from the cauldron, she rigorously checked the pill for any issues under the dim blue hue of the glowing mushrooms and sighed with relief after finding nothing wrong. I did it! Stella yelled triumphantly as she held up the pill, her voice echoing through the cavern. Thank the Nine Realms. I've hardly seen the sun all week for this. Sadly, There was nobody around to celebrate her success. Elder Margaret had returned to the cavern below the White Stone Palace to collect the finished batches of pills from the rogue alchemists as the meeting with the merchants was scheduled for this afternoon, and Stella could feel that Ash's attention was elsewhere. Collapsing onto the rim of the earthen bowl like a towel, Stella lay there with her arms dangling. Just a brief moment of rest before she would get back to work and make an entire batch of these cursed sap pills. I really wish my ruler bloodline would activate on command, Stella murmured as she clenched her fists. This would have been so much easier with its help, but I suppose this is good practice for my alchemy either way. Stella had to admit she was a little jealous of Diana's demon transformation, but she logically knew her bloodline's true potential was yet to bloom. With a sigh, Stella stood back up and reignited the cauldron with her soul fire, and her face was once again illuminated by her purple flames. She only had a few hours to make enough cursed sap pills to sell to the merchants, so there was no time to waste. You're really enjoying that fiery fruit, aren't you? Stella crocked a brow at Elder Margaret, who happily bit into an orange fruit. Stella had noticed these strange orange fruits growing in a cluster next to the paralyzing fruit earlier. So she asked Ash what they did, and he replied that they were spicy fire fruit. Stella and Diana had tried to eat one, but they both ended up on the floor, coughing up their lungs and begging for water. The spicy flavor was so overwhelming Stella was convinced it could be used as an attack, and if not for Diana's conjured water, she might have died. Okay, maybe that's a little dramatic, but that fruit is lethal. How is Elder Margaret eating it with such a pleasant expression? Is her mouth not on fire? Elder Margaret finished the fruit and licked her lips. I haven't eaten something this filled with fire chi in a long time. Are there any more? I'm sure the other elders would be delighted to try such a delicacy, and it would benefit our cultivation. Stella blinked in awe. Is that what fire chi tastes like? I can grow as many as you want, but they cost chi. Ash's voice filled their minds. Maybe I could give them out as compensation for any corpses the young ones bring back from the wilderness. What do you think, Elder Margaret? Elder Margaret nodded. That could work. I'm sure everyone would be more than willing to trade a monster corpse for one of these delicious fruits. How is that going, by the way? Stella asked. Last time I was foolish enough to venture out into the wilderness alone, I almost died. Will the Red Claws be fine? They should be fine, Elder Margaret smiled. Elder Brent is currently escorting a group of 10 youngsters out into the wilderness in search of corpses. With him there, I doubt anything too drastic could happen. They aren't going that deep after all. Say, Elder Margaret, whereabouts are they hunting? Ash asked. I have a large area out in the wilderness that I check every now and then, and even with sweet-smelling mushrooms to attract monsters, I find there's often nothing there but a few weak monsters. That makes sense. A strong monster will only come by briefly, kill some of the weaker monsters, and then leave again, Elder Margaret explained, so if you are only checking occasionally, it's unlikely you will see anything but groups of weak monsters attracted by those mushrooms. Strong monsters must be sought out and hunted rather than baited, as they will never stick around one place for long. Only the truly strong monsters dare to stay in one place and declare the land as its territory. So I have been too passive in my hunting? Ash asked. Elder Margaret shrugged. I'm no expert. All I can suggest is to keep your hunting near the path of ley lines, as the monsters always follow them. You could search for days, find nothing, and then suddenly run into an entire horde of monsters fighting over a chi-rich lake. Don't worry about hunting, Stella told Ash telepathically while stretching her back. You're a tree, silly. What kind of tree does anything proactively? Leave those tasks to the Red Claws, Larry, or those ints. We got more important things to focus on here in the sect. Yeah, you're right. I used to spend hours searching the wilderness but mostly came up short, so I started giving it less attention. If I can trade some fire fruit I can grow in an hour for a corpse, then that's a far better use of my time. Stella grunted in agreement and then clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. Alright, we are getting off topic. Let's focus. Meeting with the merchants is within an hour. Right. Elder Margaret nodded. At the White Stone Palace. Okay, and we have everything ready? Stella asked. Elder Margaret strode over to a nearby stone table, and with a flash of silver light from her ring, the table was decorated with many labeled porcelain pill bottles. Florist touch, enlightenment, neural root, and deep meditation. Elder Margaret said as she pointed to each group of bottles in turn. We have a set of 30 bottles of 11 pills for each pill type. Why 11 pills per bottle? Stella wondered. An idea the patriarch gave me. He said the extra pill could either be given free for customers to try or used in marketing to make our pill bottles more appealing, as all our competitors only provide 10 per bottle. We must abuse our competitive advantage to get ahead of the other well-established alchemy families out here in the wilderness. Our production costs are meager compared to our competitors, as I can grow almost all the ingredients. And since our pills are much better than anyone else's, we can increase the prices later once we get those initial customers. Hence the offering of a free pill with every bottle. I'm rambling again, aren't I? Stella had never heard Ash speak so passionately about something. Since when were demonic trees so business savvy? The patriarch is right. Elder Margaret blinked as if taken aback but regained her composure. We also have a few other products to show the merchants, don't we? Stella let out an exhausted sigh as her spatial ring flashed, and 2 small piles of pills appeared on the stone table. I thought I wanted to handle creating these as they involved Ash's truffles, but I will show you the recipe so you can pass it on to the rogues. You will just have to come by occasionally to pick up a batch of truffles. Sure. Elder Margaret waved her off. I have to do that anyway for the fruit. That's a relief. Trying to make these while also creating the cursed sap pill was straining, to say the least. Stella leaned on the table and looked at the 2 piles. Anyway, as we already discussed, these are the spirit root improvement and heart demon expelling pills. Each one is made from 1/4 of a truffle, so they will still have a punchy effect but not enough to start a war over. Did you bring the boxes? Had them custom made and picked them up this morning. Elder Margaret waved her hand, and a tower of palm-sized ornate wooden boxes appeared on either side of Stella. Picking one off the top, Stella carefully opened the lid attached to small metal hinges and enjoyed the fresh wood and paint smell. Inside the box was a silk cushion with a perfect indent for a single pill. Stella placed one of the heart demon expelling pills inside and smiled at how prestigious a pill she had made in minutes from the free ingredients provided by Ashlock. Pretty great presentation, right? Elder Margaret said, and Stella nodded. But that's not all. Elder Margaret's ring flashed, and a crystal clear glass jar that fit neatly in her palm appeared. Contained within was a pinkish cream. Is that the beauty truffle ointment? Ash's voice rang in their minds. Indeed it is, Patriarch, Elder Margaret replied as she looked up at the ceiling. I used the truffle you gave me and had it boiled in water and then mixed into a herbal paste. That one truffle resulted in 100 of these, and we tested it and noticed significant results. Egg, that truffle was for you. Stella grumbled as she summoned another one and placed it firmly on the stone table before her. Use this one for yourself, okay? If you need truffles for pill production, just ask. Elder Margaret seemed hesitant to take the truffle but eventually smiled. Thank you. I will be sure to use it. Happy with Elder Margaret's answer, Stella continued placing the pills made from truffles in the ornate boxes. A few peaceful moments passed between them, with only the sound of wooden boxes being opened and snapped closed, filling the cavern. Do you think there will be any issues? Stella glanced up to see Elder Margaret's concerned expression. That's what we have these for. Stella tapped the wooden boxes that contained the cursed sap pill she had developed over the last few days. Each box was paired with a porcelain bottle containing poison-resistant pills made with Ash's fruit. Will those really work? Elder Margaret seemed restless. Have you found time to test them? Stella shrugged. I know for sure the poison parts of it work, and I made sure to add the paralyzing and mental anguish effects to the cursed sap to ensure it has time to take root in their souls. If all of that fails, 3 very angry merchants will return here for answers. Actually, scratch that. They will be returning here angry no matter what. Just hopefully a few stages weaker than usual and more open to reciting an oath of loyalty to the Ashfallen sect in exchange for a cure. A cure you don't have. Elder Margaret sighed. Stella waved her off. They don't need to know that. Just to be extra safe, I have been powering up my ints in case something goes wrong, Ash reassured them. Larry is also on his way back with a load of corpses. Oh, I was wondering why the mountain felt so full of spatial chi today, Stella noted as she looked around at the roots of the cavern's ceiling pulsing with spatial chi. Yeah, I am drawing in spatial chi from my offspring, Ashlock replied just to her. They are almost fully charged. although cows took half of my reserves. Stella's eyes widened a little, which earned her another concerned glance from Elder Margaret. That's insane. I can feel enough spatial chi traveling through the roots around me to push me up a stage, yet half of all this was used on getting cows combat ready. Shaking her head at the ridiculousness, she snapped closed the final box and realized she had completed the preparations. Everything was packaged up and ready to present to the merchants. It was finally time to face the meeting she had dreaded for the entire week. Guess it's time to get ready and become Rosalind. Stella waved her hand and collected everything on the table inside her ring. Nox tapped her foot on the lush grass with impatience as she glanced around at the endless rolling meadows of the wilderness. Moments ago, there had been a giant tear through space that was their entrance to the rift, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Rifts were fickle like that, popping in and out of existence as the realms of creation slowly moved past one another. If you keep fidgeting, you will distract Hammond. Nox tilted her head at Lucius, who had made the snide remark. The tall man with a darker complexion and mellow brown eyes was busy wiping away the foul-smelling blood from his artifact armor that had apparently once been his father's with a ragged cloth. The armor had clearly been heavily used, with chips and scratches across its metallic surface. Nox had always found the armor an eyesore, but its reflective and polished surface was useful for amplifying his light chi. We wouldn't be running late if not for you going so deep into that horde of monsters for something you thought was a relic but turned out to be jackshit, Nox hissed, careful not to distract Hammond, who was setting up a long-range spatial array to teleport them straight to White Stone Palace instead of having to fly for 3 days on a sword. The air around the seated man was rippling and cracking apart as if he were trying to reach through the fabric space and tear open a path. What's the big deal anyway? Lucius hissed back, she's just some woman with connections to the Red Claws and a habit for defying the Skyrens. What's so special about her to warrant even half a day of our time? Well, according to someone working with Rosalind called Diana, whom I met at the Immortal Gourmet Pavilion, they have pills that are unlike anything we have ever seen. They exchanged a knowing look, and both snorted. As if, Lucius shook his head as he summoned a pristine white cloak and clipped it onto his shoulders. Just another hopeful alchemist that thinks they have something special. Yeah. So. Lucius narrowed his eyes at her. What is the real reason you're so impatient to meet her? Something else about her catch your eye? Or perhaps something she has? You could say that. Nox looked away and smirked. Oh. Lucius licked his lips, and what would that be? I don't want to tell this bastard. Nox thought. Otherwise, he will try and swipe them too. There's no pill Rosalind could produce that would sway my focus. Now you really got me curious. Lucius leaned in so close his voice tickled her ear. What has caught your devilish eye, Nox? Nox was about to push Lucius aside but was saved by a thunderclap and a rush of air. Come on, you bastards, Hammond cursed as he got up and stood before a pathway through reality with a distorted view of a pristine White Palace. And remember, half of anything we buy goes to me. This spatial formation has set me back a month of cultivation. Fine, Lucius and Nox agreed without issue. And with that, they stepped through. Once in the courtyard strangely filled with crimson-haired youths cultivating, a mortal maid directed them through the doorway. The trio followed the terrified maid through the hallways. Nox noted that the white walls became more barren of decorations the deeper they went until it got so bare and devoid of people that she was convinced this part of the palace was utterly deserted. There are 3 in the room up ahead, Hammond whispered, and a strange, ominous presence throughout the mountain that's blocking my spatial perception. Keep your eyes peeled, Nox whispered back, this place reeks of a trap. Hammond gave a slight nod as the mortal maid opened the door, and Nox came face to face with an annoyed woman with blonde hair and crazed pink eyes. A piece of black cloth obscured her mouth, and the clothing and tattoos were a nice touch, but Nox could see past it all. So we meet again, Stella. You're late, Rosalind gestured to the 3 seats across from her, come take a seat, let's not waste any more time.